Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bethesda, Maryland. We apologize for the political stunt interruption that delayed the kickoff, or tip-off rather, of Run DMV and Yacht Club, the first game on the Cineworld Hoops Thursday night schedule. I'm Mark, joined for the first time in the booth. Big Bob. Bob, how are we doing?
Well, we're doing great. How are you doing tonight?
I am fantastic. We're at the Run and Gun Sports Complex, an intriguing matchup. The Yacht Club, a group that up and down, of course, had the Adam Mack suspension. They've gotten hot this week. They're playing their third game in as many nights in three different corners of the country as Dominic Bianco kicks things off with a mid-range bucket. They've won two in a row, but they're going up against Run DMV, the hottest team in Cineworld Hoops, a six-game winning streak. What are we looking for tonight?
I'm looking to see how Yacht Club puts Adam Max in a position to be able to dominate down low. His matchup's going to be against Nick Hugo for most of the night, and I think that any smart coach would probably want to really take advantage of that mismatch, but we'll see.
Trey Trust gets going for his first bucket. He's coming off a 25-point outing against the AT Aliens. This one's a turnover. Trust with the ball now in transition as we back it out here. Just 1 minute to action. Perfectly to the hoop, but that's tipped away. And Trust layup won't fall. That's a rebound there to Trey Willis.
I think Trey Willis is a really underrated player that we don't talk enough about.
We'll talk about him. Let's hear it. What about Trey Willis do you like?
I mean, his athleticism, his motor, obviously pulling that rebound down there. I don't think on a team where you have a 7-footer like Adam Max, you have Jay Laster, Tyshawn Isom every now and again comes out and really shows up, and then obviously one of the top players in all of Cineworld Hoops, Dominic Bianco. Trey Willis just doesn't really get his name thrown out there, and for good reason with the talent that's on the team.
Certainly one of the more, as you said, underrated defenders, I think, on the perimeter, as he drives to the rack and gets that one to fall. But he's a talented scorer, 51% from the floor. Just 5 3-pointers, though. Not known for being able to stretch the floor just yet. But also with Jay Laster, Baker of 39 threes, he's not necessarily called upon to be that guy.
No, and I mean, obviously he's only the fourth leading scorer on the team. You have 3 guys on the team already with double-digit points. I feel like Dominic Bianco, with the way he plays, 17.1 points doesn't seem like, it seems like an understatement on how many points he scores, but I think it's just because I think his dunks should probably count as like 4 because of how impressive they can be.
He's got the Nate Robinson factor as a steal there. Could have been a kickball, but it's going to be a bucket. And Bianco's now got 4 and a 6-5 edge as we approach the 5-minute mark left here in the first quarter.
Yeah, the way that Bianco...
Go ahead, take it away.
I was just going to say, the way that Bianco just doesn't look real. So he's like Jesus. He just floats. He's got some... I'm going to measure his calves. I bet they're huge.
One measurement that we are overlooking in basketball scouting circles is the diameter of their calves. I feel that. Inside here is Adam Max. He's going up against Brandon Smith. He gets that to fall. A little semi-fade away, but taking advantage of the size mismatch was the 7-footer over Smith, just 6'4". Smith has a 3-pointer to fall so far for Run DMV.
Or if we're being honest, though, it was a very poor shot by Adam Max going up against someone as small as he was. Throw your butt into him, knock him back about 7 feet, and give us a dunk.
You can do it, put your back into it. 3 won't fall there, but I would agree with that sentiment. Certainly a more soft approach for a big guy. Trey Willis can't get that to fall in traffic. Transition, Trey Trust, triple opportunity off the rim. That's Bianco on the board.
And you can't allow Bianco to come down with the rebound, especially whenever it's, Malik Duffin's 6'9". I don't think you can let Bianco come down with the rebound over you.
Well, Bianco listed at 6 foot, right? Make the case might be a couple inches taller than that now, just based off the way he plays, his verticality. We don't have our official measurements, so why somebody would undersize themselves unless they're a 7-footer. But here's Bianca with the two-handed slam right on cue. But he does play larger than his listed height of 6 foot.
I think 6 foot. You said you give him a couple inches. I think you probably take like 3 inches away. I don't think he's any taller. I honestly don't think he's any taller than 5'7".
Well, that's what I'm saying. Very few smaller guys. You know, you do have KD, who's never wanted to be a 7-footer. Kevin Garnett never wanted to be listed as a 7-footer. Though they likely were if you had them in today's NBA. We measure everybody to the quarter inch with shoes on. Standpoint turnover here from Run DMV. We've got 2:40 left, no timeouts called, no whistles in this first half, and there's 2 more points for Nick Hugo, and a competitive affair through the first 5.5 minutes. 10-9 Yacht Club seeking their 3rd straight win, DMV seeking their 7th.
Yeah, it's very impressive what Coach, and I don't think anybody will be surprised. It's very impressive what Coach Murray has been able to do with this Run DMV team after the start that they had to the season. I think it's very impressive.
Timeout, Run DMV will step away. 12-9, Yacht Club on top. 2:12 left in the first quarter in Bethesda. Welcome back to Maryland. Yacht Club leading Run DMV 12-9. Yacht Club trying to go for a 3-for-3 week. They kicked off the week with an upset of Bay Area, kept it going with a win at home against Oceana. Now they're looking to go on the road to Run DMV. Bob, the travel that this entails, you know, we're not talking about the scheduling that went into it as the back down gets 2 more for Yacht Club, pushes the lead to 5. But what do you think that travel has taken a toll on them, or how much of a toll has it taken? And do you expect to see that impact by the 3rd, 4th quarter tonight?
You know, when it comes to, just thinking back to whenever I was a kid, I mean, kids can do a lot on little to no sleep or poor sleep. I don't think we're really going to see too much of a change. I do think that maybe as the season gets a little deeper, we're a little past the halfway mark, but I think maybe deeper into the season, maybe in the last 2 weeks, maybe into the playoffs, we might see that it affect them more. But I don't think we're going to really see too much of a change tonight.
Garrett Hart with the drive into the paint and the foul. That pushes it to 16-9. Foul there on Malik Duffin. Of course, this is the first game of our triple header here on Simworld TV. Up next, Indy Stripes heads to Rocky Mountain to take on the Monsters. And Cascadia and reigning Treys rounds things out in Seattle.
Can't wait. Can't wait for that.
And what about that game can you now wait for?
Kayvon Jackson, I think he is one of the. I call a lot of guys underrated, but the dunk god, as he is affectionately known, I always want to see who he's going to dunk on.
Now the question I have, is it Kevon, Kevin, Kevon? Have we confirmed this with him?
I think it's French, Kevon.
Okay.
And I'm sticking to that. He looks French.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Somebody will get research on that one. As this goes out of bounds, it's going to stay here. Yacht Club ball, 2 possessions, or rather 3 shots now, potentially, depending on how these last 14 seconds on the shot clock go, for Yacht Club as they're trying to hold on to the lead through the first 8. 33.3 to play in the opening frame. Tamir Johnson gets the imbalance. Kick out up top. 3-pointer won't fall. Rebound finally ends the possession. That's going to be Kamarian Bracken. Bracken has been a dynamic scorer for this Run DMV squad, averaging 12.5, but about 15 per game in the last about 2 months. As he gets to the rack but can't finish. Offensive board, kicks it out top. That's to Duffin and turnover. That's Johnson. Turns around. Duffin gets the layup to fall. And the last second heave will be no good, and that will end the first 8. 19-12. Yacht Club on top on the road. Second quarter action after this.
Waiting for a big smile out of you. You're up 2-0. What's the story? Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? I don't think so.
You've been buying all this wine for me all night long, thinking you're gonna take me home, but you're wrong. All I know is that I came to party all night. I don't know about you, but best believe I will leave that you will leave with the whole. All I know is that I came to party all night. I don't know about you, but best believe I will leave that you will leave with the whole. I don't know about you. The whole.
We'll go back to Maryland. Yacht Club on top after a dominant first quarter in which they really, got to the paint, outscored the Run DMV 16-4. Run DMV just 2 shots made inside the paint and 1 in the restricted area. Meanwhile, Yacht Club 5 shots, 5 of 7 in the restricted area, and a lot of different guys getting it going right now for Yacht Club.
Yeah, Yacht Club is putting together a complete team effort. And DMV is just Brandon Smith and company, I guess. Really is no company out there for him right now, so we'll see if somebody else can pick it up. I would expect that Nick Hugo can turn it on. I mean, he had himself a nice little stretch earlier in the season, but I think he has to step up right now in order for them to come back.
In the paint, Yacht Club goes. They push the lead to 9. This is Hugo. Up top to Keith Singleton, gets the screen, switch there from Yacht Club, and that one also off the rim. So those inside shots or even mid-range is just not falling. They'll steal here. Singleton trying to lead the break, unable to do so. Inside to Hugo, won't fall. Yet another miss for Run DMV inside.
A lot of poor forced shots from both teams, but it's really affected DMV more.
easy bucket inside is going to be DeMarco Graham for 2, and that lead balloons to 11, largest lead of the game for Yacht Club.
Yeah, I think Coach Murray's going to want to figure something out. One, I think he needs to try and find a way to start getting some more outside shots because they just are not getting it done on the inside. They haven't really tried to get it done on the inside, but when they have tried, it has not worked out well for them.
Bracken on the pull-up after holding that one for about 10 seconds. Won't get that to fall. Again, Yacht Club rather, trying to get their way into the paint with Graham.
Interesting that...
Spin move up and in easily by Graham. Passes Malik Duffin for 2 easy points. And we got a 13-point edge here early in the second quarter.
Now, this is a game of runs. Every game, it's a game of runs. Do you think that we're going to be able to see... I know it's early, but do you think DMV is going to be able to do enough to come back?
Well, they've got to find a way to make some baskets inside right now. The three-pointers come and go, as easily as they show up, they can disappear, but the inability for them to get going inside the paint, I think, has been their biggest issue. Whether they can remedy that in a short amount of time will be what decides this one.
I have absolutely no idea what Hugo's doing.
Keith Singleton finally gets one to go. That's the first bucket, and that's going to be a Yacht Club timeout. We'll take this opportunity to remind you that we are off for SimWorld Hoops tomorrow, but the league returns on Saturday. A triple header, 9, 10, and 1. First 2 on ESPN, final 1. Oceania and the North from the land down under. 1 p.m. on SimWorld TV. We kick off at 9 a.m. Asia Pacific and Africa, and Atlantis and South America. Any big games on the docket there, Bob, that you're looking for?
I wish I could say yes, because I really hope that Africa had enough momentum after last season whenever they upset the then Pacific Northwest. Oh man, I just completely forgot. Pacific Northwest, right?
Yep, you got it.
All right. Whenever they pulled that upset at the end of after the season, but no, I mean all the international teams have just been really disappointing, and the North is down there with them in disappointing. So hopefully you and LOB, who's going to be your partner that night or that morning, afternoon, whatever. Hopefully you guys can make it exciting for us. Yeah, hopefully you guys can make it exciting.
It's it's a good spot to be, right on the water. It's a great spot to send your 1 p.m. Eastern time slot. Whether that's I'll have to get checked up on the time zone change there, but no, and the international flavor has been let's call it disappointing this season, and that you are correct. That does include the North, as that bucket won't fall. Just everybody outside of the continental United States has just not been as competitive as many would have hoped.
Hey, I guess the North... Ooh! Nice dunk by Willis.
What were you going to say about the North?
Oh, I was just going to say, I guess technically it is an international team. Didn't really think about it. Unless you want to consider them North America, whatever.
Nope, I'm with you. It's an international team. They lose Tyson Simpson, and the redemption tour has not been kind to them.
Ooh, tough shot.
That bucket falls back down to 11 here, midway point of the second quarter.
Just still really surprised that we have not seen... Have we seen anything from Adam Max so far?
We haven't seen much from Adam Max, and we also haven't seen much from Jay Lasker. Bianco had the great first quarter. DeMarco Graham has been keeping things rolling in the second. Trey Willis has mixed and matched in both quarters. But it's been a tough night, and that is Kamarian Bracken crossing up and in. That's a free throw line jumper to pull us under 10 with 3:35 to play.
Yeah, and I think we really need, in order for the Yacht Club to hold on to this lead, because obviously it seems like DMV, they heat up a little bit, they cool down a little bit, but if they get heated up enough, they're really going to need Laster to lock down Brandon Smith, because Brandon Smith is the #1 guy really doing the damage here, and Laster's one of the top defenders, one of the top guard defenders in the entire SimWorld Hoops universe, galaxy, whatever you want to call it. And Brandon Smith is just doing whatever he wants. Unfortunately for Run DMV, that is not enough.
Well, Adam Max just put a tough sequence of plays on Kamari and Bracken. First the block at one end, then the rather aggressive take on the other, but quickly answered by Duffin. Still an 11-point game, but you would like to see a little bit more defensive prowess from anybody that's guarding Dominic Bianco, whether that's Trey Trust, Trey Willis is left wide open for a three. And the rain just won't stop falling here in Bethesda, Maryland, as the Yacht Club just cannot miss.
Yeah, Run DMV looks like they might be heading for one of their lowest scoring outputs of half all of this season.
Certainly not. This more reminiscent of the early season Run DMV than the one we've seen over the last 2 months. Here's Willis. Trying to keep his good first half going. Adam Max, major size disadvantage. He'll get into the paint and the easy slam and all the things that you could hypothetically say the Yacht Club is, yet they haven't been this season. They are proving to be that tonight. Dominant inside with Adam Max. The step back for Bracken puts skates on the feet of Dominic Bianco.
Every time it seems like Yacht Clubs, every time it looks like Run DMV might get a little bit of a run. They hit a three, but I don't know. I think the Yacht Club. I think Yacht Club just has a little bit too much firepower tonight.
Certainly looking that way, although you can see a lot more movement right now from Yacht Club. Run DMV is doing not nearly as much of that. Dominic Bianco, though, misses badly from deep, but a chance here to cut it under 10 late in the first half, and a questionable shot there from Run DMV. Rushed it. Probably too early to get a 2-for-1 there. And here's Easom. He gets that to go.
Yeah, I think you pointed out about a minute ago, DMV really seemed to be moving around a lot more. They didn't seem lethargic here in the last 2 minutes. Ooh, big three.
Charles Pinkard.
All of a sudden, it's a 10-point game. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, if this sits at 10 points, 10 or below, I think that's a win for Run DMV the way they have played in this first half. And Jay Laster tries to get wide open. He will step out, and now a chance for Run DMV to get that. Laster tries to run away with the ball. But down 10, 14.7 seconds. If this is a 7-point game at the half, it would be a major positive point for Run DMV, who appear to be putting together some buckets, some momentum to close the opening half. Ty Rocco with the ball. It's going to be a three. Left open. Gets it to go. Tyrell McDaniel with 0.7 seconds. And Bob, as we hit the halftime break, 38-31, this game now feels, over the last 2 minutes, completely different. We talked about the Yacht Club looking like they were in rhythm, looking like they were dominant. That did not occur over the last minute and a half. Is that a shot in the dark? Is that a flash in the pan? Or is this a changing of the tune of this game?
I think that it might be more of DMV might have a better bench, because I think we've seen a lot of bench play there in the second quarter, as we typically do. But there at the end there, all the bench players came on for the final 20 seconds, which is a head scratcher to me. But I think DMV might be a little bit deeper on the bench, just not enough star power in the starting five.
A lot of that damage was done with Bianco and Laster on the floor, but 38-31, halftime, second half, up next.
Je voudrais être seule avec toi.
She asked if you'd like to join the club.
Je voudrais des nuits.
You said, I like nuts. Register today and get a free Berlitz phrasebook. Berlitz, the best way to learn a new language.
Welcome back to Maryland. Second half, a late run from Run DMV makes it 38-31 at the break. Third quarter just about to get going. Bob, real quick, what are we looking for in the second half here?
I think we're going to look and see if DMV can keep up their little run there at the end of the second. I mean, like I said, we're sitting here at a 7-point game, which I think we got to 13, maybe 15. Can't remember for sure, but pretty big deficit. But DMV just needs to keep up their momentum, start taking a lot more smarter shots, and they need to really get Nick Hugo involved if they want to come out and win, but with some, again, smart shots.
Second half underway. It is Nick Hugo to Brandon Smith. Quiet night from, Malik Duffin decides not to go up strong and gets that one knocked away, but not a great night so far from Trey Trust. He had 25 against the ATLians. He has just 2 in the first half. Kamarian Bracken, 3 of 10 for Run DMV in that opening frame. Now it's Malik Duffin just unable to get anything to go right now against Tyshawn Eason. Eason with 2 and the offensive board, lead back to 9.
Yeah, I think that'll be the other, probably a bigger key than getting Nick Hugo involved is Trey Trust just doing something.
How about 3 points for you then, Bob? 3 points from Trey Trust on cue. Looks our way here on the sideline on his way back. He's trying to warm up. Bracken will need to warm up, but a great first half on the other side of the ball for, unsurprisingly, Dominic Bianco, and not unsurprising, but a welcome sight, a good first half from Trey Willis, as that is a block there from Nick Hugo.
Let's say if we see Trey Trust, I think if we see him get another 3 here within the next 2 minutes or so, I think it can be safe. Jesus, we can be safe to. Whatever, Marsh. You know what? Just figure it out yourself. All right.
Well, what we're figuring out is a second straight 3 from Trey Trust. And that cuts this lead to 7, and we are not done yet in Bethesda. 6 minutes to play, and this game has tightened up over the last 4 minutes of game time. Here's Bianco. Go ahead.
Oh no, I had to hold my breath for a second before that, just to see if he was going to dunk on all 3 of them. Is there something that you have seen different here in the first 3 minutes of the third quarter?
They're getting into the paint much better than they were last in the opening 2 quarters, but truthfully the difference is they're hitting the 3-point shots they weren't, and that began late in the second quarter. They're hitting the 3-point shots they weren't in the first half. Yacht Club was getting them to go. 3-pointers are the ultimate. If you look after the first quarter in this game, and here we go. Dominic Bianco for 2. He decides to let up there. But if you look after the first quarter, first 8-10 minutes of the basketball game, if it's a big discrepancy and one team is shooting 60% from deep, as Trey Trust can't get that to fall, and the other team is shooting 20% from deep, odds would tell you this game is going to tighten up, and that wasn't the only reason, but that's, I think, part of the biggest reason why Run DMV is able to climb back into this.
Maybe, Yacht Club is...
And Nick Hugo back within 3. They have not, Run DMV has not been able to get over this mark yet in the third quarter. Over the last minute and a half, it's fluctuated from 3 to 5. In need of a stop here. Bianco on Duffin. Duffin, no foul, good verticality. Forces the miss. Pushing in transition. Alley-oop! Nick Hugo! Run DMV running their way back into this thing.
Hopefully for Run DMV, if they want to keep making this a game. It's so demoralizing when he does it. Every time.
the key right now, and then, well, we got a timeout. We'll step aside. We'll come back. We'll get to the key to unlocking Bianco. 4:02 to play, third quarter in Maryland.
Je voudrais être seul avec toi.
She asked if you'd like to join the club.
Je voudrais des nuits.
You said, I like nuts.
Discord. Welcome back to Maryland. Second half, Run DMV has rallied their way back to within 3 here against the Yacht Club. Of course, we always invite you all to join the SimWorld Discord, discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. Stay attuned to all of the SimWorld action, both on and off the court. There's unsurprisingly plenty of off-the-court drama to be caught up with from 16 and 17-year-olds, but equally exciting drama on the floor here, Bob. Yacht Club on top by 3, but that lead was at 1 point 15. That comeback we've seen from Run DMV shooting over 50%. Yacht Club at just 20%. What's going to be the key here for the Yacht Club to not have squandered this game at this point?
I think it's more of what's Run DMV going to do. I think that Run DMV might have put so much energy into that comeback, but I think they might just get too tired. I know we talked a little bit before in the first quarter about how the traveling could make them tired, but I feel like DMV might have had to put so much effort into coming back to so many. 11 points here, 13 points here, 8 points here, and it just kept going back up. I think that they might get a little too tired to be able to hold on to their momentum.
Rizzo Davis right still gets his first 2 points of the game, pushes the lead back up to 5. And yeah, we talked about fatigue. Do you think at all this Run DMV comeback as Nick Hugo wants a poster and he's got one? Hop in the frame. 48-45. Hugo. Are the legs maybe for the Yacht Club playing that third game in a third different city, third different state? Do you think that's contributed at all to this rally here for Run DMV and the fact that they're shooting just 20% from deep and Bianco can't get that to fall?
I think it has a lot more to do with if you take a look at the way the second half has gone so far compared to the Yacht Club, or compared to the first half. The Yacht Club was all about the entire team effort, and then you had Brandon Smith for Run DMV. And here in the third quarter, what we've seen is pretty much it's a team effort right now from DMV. You have Treys, you have Brandon Smith still doing his thing, Bracken doing a little bit here and there. And I think that they just they're playing like a comfortable team that has nothing to lose right now, and it's just working out really well for them.
Nick Hugo, that recipient of the alley-oop. Tayshawn Easom skies in for the offensive board. Kick out, three-pointer. Bianco won't fall, rebound Hugo. Three-pointers just not coming in for Yacht Club.
That's what she said. I really don't. I think that was a really poor shot from Bianco. I mean, I'm pretty sure they had a shot clock reset. There was no need for him to shoot such a deep three.
Easy two-pointer there from Kamari and Bracken. He gets that to go. And it's yet again down to one. Laster brings it up. The Yacht Club timeout. If you are tuning in, first off, appreciate you joining us. And of course, you can be involved in the action and not just following along. Not only can you join the aforementioned Discord, but apply to be a coach or a player in this organization in similar teams. We're always looking for head coaches. A couple notable openings. Gotham 5 looking for a head coach. H-Town Hoopers looking for a head coach. Those are two teams near or at the top of their respective divisions. We might be needing a new head coach man, I'm losing track of all these. Bob, help me out. What's the third other team that's now complaining about a lack of a head coach?
Pretty much the bottom half of the league. Every international team.
So the list is not short if you are looking to show and start building your Eric Spoelstra resume in SimWorld Hoops. Feel free to head over to the Discord, discord.gg/SimWorldNBA, and put in an application today.
You know what we also sometimes look for, Marsh? Can you guess? I'll give you one guess. What do you think we're also looking for?
We're always looking for players, of course.
Oh, if you want to be a reporter or a media member, you can come join us. You can join in on the action. You want to get involved. You want to interview coaches and players and get involved down on the comment. You can commentate. You want to come take my job? Please come take my job.
Yes, please.
Anything that you can think of that you want to do on the media side of things, if you want to do that, please reach out to us and we will see what we can do to make that happen.
Marion Bracken can't get the three to fall, but the sentiment could not be more correct as Jay Laster gets to the paint at the 1 minute mark, pushes the lead back up to 3. And the team I had in mind that has been recently complaining was similar to Atlantis. They have been complaining about their no-show coach.
I mean, it's. I know it can be extremely frustrating for some of these kids. Whenever you have, obviously, Atlantis is sitting at 8 and 10 right now. They could be a lot better than that. When you have Lane Kidd, I mean, first game of the season, triple-double. You have Theophilus Hilton. I mean, I think he's extremely under. He's ranked 82nd right now. I don't think there's 82 people better than him. He has a human highlight reel. I just think, like the coaches or like the kids, they're complaining a little bit. They have Coach Marcus Wood. If you haven't heard of him, don't worry. Most people haven't, because where is he?
Garrett Hart gets that to fall. That is back up to 3. And yes, no-show coach has been a running theme for some of these organizations. Or a coach that decides to...
Specifically the Texas teams. Can you tell me why none of these coaches want to be in Texas?
Because they're afraid to win. Three-pointer at the buzzer won't fall. That will end the third quarter. 54-51. Run DMV knocking on the door, trying to complete the comeback, yet to lead in the second half. Fourth quarter action coming up next.
Playing jazz.
Playing jazz.
Smoothie.
Making smoothie.
Calendar.
No meetings today. Remember, tandläkare at 9:30.
Fire off.
Fire off.
Open door.
Door open.
Så ska vi sätta en till.
Ja. Open door.
Wrong voice command.
Open door.
Wrong voice command.
Open door.
Repeat that.
Open door.
I didn't understand that.
Hey, open door.
Play on the floor.
Get on the floor. Open the door.
Wrong voice command. Error.
Hey there, with a rock. Open door. Open door.
Higher volume. Higher.
We're back, fourth quarter of action on deck. Yacht Club holding on to a 3-point lead, led by as many as 15 in the first half. They haven't trailed in the second half. Run DMV has gotten it within one on multiple occasions. But they have not been able to eclipse on Jay Laster. The step back won't get that to fall, but it's been a tough shooting night for the Yacht Club after they were dominating in the paint in the first two quarters. They are shooting just 1 of, I believe, 12 from deep. They have not been able to get going, and here comes Camarion Bracken, who has responded from a quiet first half. Now 3 of 5 in the second half, and it's back to a 1-point game. And there's a turnover. Taylor Johnson just right to Brandon Smith as his teammate cut to the hoop. And here's Brandon Smith for the lead. Gets it to go and turns away before the shot falls. Run DMV up to their first lead since the first quarter.
Ooh, good move.
Garrett Hart won't let that last long.
Nope.
To the rack for 2, knotted at 56 apiece. And of course, truthfully, Bob, all we need to worry about is a number 13 spots away. The first to 69 per our one and only Siege is the magic number. Has to hit 69 exactly to qualify. Those are the stipulations, but it has been an undefeated measuring mark. Here's Laster.
Can't argue with that.
Laster guarded tightly by Charles Pinkard, won't matter, and a 5-0 run after that 3 by Brandon Smith, and the Yacht Club is back on top.
I'm going to say it now. I think
should Garrett Hart be more involved in the offense? That's the question. Or Jay Laster. I mean, it's a very Dominic Bianco heavy, but that was Jimmy Jay Laster that made the last one.
I think it wouldn't be a bad thing for both of them to get involved, but I would like to see more from Laster because I think he has a lot more talent. I do think that Laster could be, I do believe that he could be the leading scorer on this team despite Bianco being there. But Bianco is obviously the leader and he's going to get more opportunities, and obviously with his 457-inch vertical, it's going to be hard for him not to be the leading scorer because he can just jump over everybody.
Brandon Smith inside. That's going to draw the foul on Ramon Escobar. And this, I believe, are going to be his first 2 free throws that Run DMV has had. And this has been, you've seen a little bit of it, not blatantly, but Run DMV has not been too pleased on the floor with the lack of foul calls that they have gotten. The complete lack. It's not a lack, it's an absence of. As they have not been to the line, yet they've been attacking in the paint, Bob. There's been quite a few high-contact plays that they have not been rewarded with free throws.
Absolutely. Well, I think these refs weren't going to call anything tonight. I'm not sure what changed their mind because I know, this is the first 2 free throws from DMV, but I don't think there was any fouls to begin with. I do believe, and I could be wrong, I fell asleep for a little bit, but I don't think there was any other fouls in this game.
Called on Yacht Club.
On either team.
Well, there was an and one that Garrett Hart had earlier in the game. I think that might be the only free throw attempt of the afternoon. But yes, it's been a quiet whistle night. Our whistles have come from timeouts and just about timeouts alone. Here's Bianco. He goes to Eason, to Hart. Hart driving, pull up, gets it to go. And credit to the Yacht Club, playing their third game in as many days, like it's a 1960s NBA schedule, and they are answering the fatigue bell.
I think we should, I think that, I know these are just kids and their teams probably don't really have the budgets, but speaking of the 1960s, I think we should get some shorts from the 1960s for them to wear, see how that goes.
Some shorts? Well, I mean, inseams are shortening up. It's not too far away. That would be Malik Duffin, though, that gets the bucket to fall. Ties this back up at 60. Here, a Hart, deep 2. Can't fall. Rebound Smith. 4:35 to play. 60 apiece. Run DMV, desperate to try to take the lead. Bob, take it away.
I was just going to say, I believe, and I'm just going to say it now, I believe the first team that's going to get a 3-point lead here from here on out is going to...
There you go, Bob. You have got yourself on the hot seat. A hot take made by Bob. Run DMV has a 3-point lead. I'm not sure you expected that to come so quickly, but here it is.
Neither did my wife. But no, I am going to have to go with Run DMV as the winners of this game. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
There is a miss from Bianco. Brandon Smith in need of 6 points to get to the magic number. There's 3 more. Ty Rocco the third. 66-60. The avalanche may be coming. Inside, that's Adam Max.
No idea why he is 25 feet away from the rim.
Deciding against going at Nick Hugo, who is a talented defender. Here's Garrett Hart. He's pulling up. He won't get that. Rebound to Hugo. 3:20 to play. 3 points from the magic number. Hitting their last 2 triples, Smith and Rocco. They're trying to free up Trey Truss. They get it to him. 3-pointer for 69. In and out. This is just as exciting, folks. I'm not going to lie to you. Looking to see who gets to 69 first is as exciting as a buzzer beater. 3 minutes to play, 6-point game.
I think Trey Truss is going to really break this open for Run DMV, and he's going to help them hit that 69.
Well, Garrett Hart can't get it to go. Of course, the rule is 69 exact, 70 does not count. Here's Duffin to Smith. He wants to be the winner. He won't get it in and out. This is almost like watching a team that needs the opposing team to miss 2 straight free throws and the entire fans get like a free Taco Bell the next day. Dominic Bianco, though. Sky into the hoop. Timeout, Run DMV. 66-62. 2:20 to play here in the fourth quarter. Bob, an exciting fourth quarter for any number of reasons, but we're going to step aside. We're going to come back, and I want to hear exactly what it is that we're looking for in the close of this one. Back for the fourth quarter, the close of it after this.
Thanks, Daddy.
back in Maryland, 2:20 to play. Run DMV on top, 66-62, as they have mounted a comeback on the back of three-pointers. Their last 2 buckets have been threes to take that lead. Trying to complete the comeback. Nick Hugo stoned at the top of the rim. Tyshawn Easom with the block.
I mean, Yacht Club is not going away, and it feels weird to had to hold our breath for that Bianco 3. It feels weird to say that Run DMV is pulling away with this whenever they were just getting absolutely dominated. But you know what? When coaches can coach, magic happens.
The protection at the rim continues with Tyshawn Easom and Adam Max on the floor for Yacht Club as Hugo is blocked. But the three-pointers just are not falling right now for Run DMV. Just one made this entire game. You wanted to say, hey, if they get hot, this could be a blowout. They never did. Run DMV was the ones that got going from deep. As Trey Trust appears to be checking in. He is. He's going to get the screen. Let's try to free him up. Open for a split second in the corner. They don't get it to him. 5 seconds to shoot.
Bad vision.
Trust to the corner. They're going to have to jack up a 3. He gets it. He's 69. There it is, folks. Call it a day. John Hudgens, his first 3 points of the game. And with 124, the magic number has been eclipsed. Of course, that means nothing but a 7-point lead now for Run DMV. And 2 more from Trey Trust is a 9-point game.
So upset with him that he didn't put some force in and pull that rim down.
Not everyone can be Dominic Bianco. Jay Laster. That is the second 3 made of this game for the Yacht Club, but it may just be too little too late. 1 minute to play. 6-point ball game.
Hey, technically, I mean, we got a 2-possession game here. We'll see.
And a clutch bucket. John Hudgens gets another. A huge bucket. He gets the first triple and now the 2 to push this one to 8, Bob. Is this just a matter of Yacht Club playing, and we've talked about it multiple times, third game and third night in 3 different cities? Did the fatigue just catch up to them? Did they just have no legs there for the three-pointers?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only explanation. I mean, they dominated for the entire first half. They dominated for half of the third quarter, and they have just kind of disappeared. And you can't blame them. I mean, whoever the scheduler was, I would blame them a little bit. Not these kids' fault, but they're out there trying. Give them that.
They certainly didn't get beat by 20 or something like that. They gave Run DMV every ounce that they could take in a very difficult stretch for them. A 2-1 week is certainly nothing to scoff at.
And we can be honest. Technically, this is a 2-possession game. Technically.
With a little luck from the whistle that has kind of been swallowed tonight, but sure.
Well, technically, they just got to. James Harden's good at it. Just get a 3-point line, throw a shoulder into somebody, hit a 3, get the 4-point play.
Is James Harden good at it, or are refs just bad at recognizing it?
Interesting statement.
Recognizing, let's call it Oscar-worthy acting.
Nobody's a better actor than LeBron James acting like he's the best player in the world.
Jay Laster for 3. He hits a second one, and this is not completely decided. 5-point game. Yacht Club not fouling, but in need of a stop. They'll need a little bit of luck here, but this is within reach. Brandon Smith kicks it to Trey Trust. Trust behind the back. Matched up on Max.
I don't like that it looks like they're trying. I think they start.
Here's the steal. Up front, Jay Laster. 22 seconds to play. Over in the corners, Trey Willis. He's going to the paint, gets the foul, and cannot get the layup to fall. So 16.9. He'll go to the free throw line with a chance to cut it to 3. If he does, we've got fouls coming at the other end, in all likelihood.
And I will just to finish my statement before that whole that whole scenario went down. I'm not upset with the Yacht Club for Run DMV for trying. I am upset with them for seemingly trying to score and not run out the final 11 seconds on that play clock, because you don't want to give the Yacht Club any time. And 16.9 seconds, you know what? I mean, a lot can happen. A lot can happen in 16.9 seconds in a 4-point game.
73-69. Chance by Trey Willis to put them within 3. He gets it to go. Now they have to inbound. They get it to Smith, and that's going to be a foul on Trey Willis. So Brandon Smith will head to the line. He's the only Run DMV player to take a free throw.
Really?
What?
I don't think there's been enough fouls.
Beg your pardon, you are correct. We're going to need one more, and now we're going to get it. Thank you. Not quite in the bonus. 15.1. So Brandon Smith will head to the line. Finally. Only player to take a free throw for Run DMV. Yacht Club timeout, so they can advance the ball after this. First one's up, rattles home. 4-point game. So 2-possession game is back. Second one from Smith, who's had a great game here for Run DMV, especially in the first half, when Run DMV was not getting much of anything to go. He gets both of those free throws when they needed them. 75-70, Bob, with 15.1 seconds to play.
I mean, within 3 seconds, the Yacht Club is going to need to hit a 3. I know, hit a 2, hope that you can foul DMV. I think they have to go for 3, and I think they have to do it within 3 seconds. You got to put Adam Max on what I would suspect is likely going to be Hugo inbounding the ball, because he has been tonight. Get Adam Max all up in his face. Force that 5-second or force that bad pass to give your team a chance. But obviously, a 5-point lead with 15.1 seconds left isn't ideal, and the likelihood of them coming back is very, very low. But there's a chance. There's always a chance.
There's always a chance. Here we go. Inbound. That's to Bianco.
Too much time.
Gets inside. He'll do a fadeaway 2 that won't fall. The rebound bounces around. It's going to stay Yacht Club ball with 6.3 seconds to play. Malik Duffin unable to secure the rebound. And we're not done yet.
But that was 9 seconds off the clock that Yacht Club could not afford.
There's Jay Laster. He's going to pump it up to Eastham. It finally gets to Willis for 3. It won't fall. Bob, 75-70. Yacht Club falls. Player of the game, who you got?
The leader, Brandon Smith, without a doubt.
Brandon Smith. I would go with Trey Trust. Big threes in the third and fourth quarter. Got them back into this game when they needed buckets. So that's a final for Maryland, 75-70. Run DMV officially ends the kiss of death. Smooches to my man Rick. Second game coming up. Post up coming up between the two. Thank you for joining us. As always, see the game. Be the game.
welcome to another episode of the Post Up. We got your man Yales here. That's me, and I got the fire one over there. Rick Blaze, what's going on, man?
Yes, sir. How's it going, big brother? I'm happy to be here, man. An exciting game, a Coach of the Year performance by Coach Murray. We'll get into it a little later on.
Coach of the Year. Well, look, now we're gonna get into it now. 7 straight.
Yeah.
7 straight for Run DMV. The Run DMV are running wild on SimWorld Hoops right now. Like Hulk Hogan. Oh, brother. I mean, they're going crazy, right? 75-70. They put a beating on Yacht Club. To me, one of the things that stood out before I let you go, man, is they're routinely outmatched size-wise, and Coach Murray has seemed to have a game plan around whatever type of team that he's facing. They get out and run today. Let's see what we look here. They they did not out-rebound Yacht Club, but they hung right in there with Yacht Club. Yacht Club has some big guys out there, and they managed to pull this out 75-70. I know I threw my little notable out there, but what did you see as the key to this victory tonight?
Yeah, well, I think the biggest key was the 11 3-pointers that Run DMC make, and the fact that Yacht Club couldn't make any threes. They only made 3 for 25 or something.
Oh, Rick,
like
I like that you called them Run DMC. I love it.
So that's the biggest difference, the 3-pointer. But the reason why I say it's Coach of the Year performance because Coach Murray had a lot going up against him tonight. Not only had to beat Yacht Club, who's pretty good themselves, again hot 1-2 straight. But he had to go against the kiss of death by our very own Marsh, who's been notorious as making sure these teams lose when they So to win, the only way you break the hex, me as being a SimWorld's base guard, I know this. The only way you break the hex is if the team that Marsh picks actually has to win. So for Coach Murray, this is equivalent to winning 2 games in the same night on a back-to-back.
So he
just won for his team 2 games tonight, rolled in 1 game, because he had to beat the Yacht Club and he had to beat the bad juju of Marsh.
So you're calling Marsh SimWorld's very own Medusa. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's broken now.
It's broken now.
So I don't know until he starts it up again. Coach Murray, thank God, has relieved all the other coaches and teams of the bad juju for now. So I don't know when it's going to return, but I will be back when it returns.
Well, look, here's what I do want to point out. Let's talk Brandon Smith for a minute if we can. Brandon Smith,
captain of the jump shot.
Yeah, you talk bad about him, but what he's done so far this season, he's been clutch. He's kept his team in the game with clutch buckets over the season. Kamarian Bracken, Trey Trust, a combined 11 for 26. Very pretty highlight plays. These kids can ball. But Brandon Smith, Nick Hugo, but really Brandon Smith is who I want to talk about for a minute. Not to mention John Hudgens down the stretch with some huge shots. But Brandon Smith, 18 points, 3 boards, 4 assists, 3 steals, 5 for 9, 4-7 from the 3-point line, 4-4 from the free throw stripe, and a lot of those were clutch down the stretch buckets. Rick, man, I know you don't like this guy's jumper, but talk to me about this young man's game.
I don't like his jumper. You already said it. It's hard to block his shot because he's shooting it from his hip. As a defender, you're not told to start blocking somebody's shot from their hip. So he has an unblockable shot because it's unorthodox. And he's just, like anything else, you practice anything long enough, you get good at it. So he has an unorthodox shot that he shoots from his hip. He's probably going to have hip problems when he's 40, but I guess we'll worry about that when we get there. But he was clutch today. He was much in the clutch, made his threes. He kind of led the team in the outside shooting. This is an outside shooting team. So this team is going to go as far as their outside shot takes them. And I think that's why when they play against other teams that are bigger than them, it's not a mismatch, really. It plays into their philosophy because they're going to run the bigs. The bigs are not going to want to keep up with them all game long for 4 quarters. So I'm sure when Coach Murray sees a bigger team, he lasts. This is his advantage. He's taking advantage. What Yacht Club should have done, what I would have done if I was Yacht Club, I would have just went all small to match them up. However, that wasn't what did them in. The fact of them not making their threes was their Achilles heel for me on tonight. Great showing by Yacht Club, though. They came in just a little short with the threes, but it happens like that sometimes. But this DMV team is going to go as far as their jump shooters take.
I agree. Great team. Great coaching there. All the players have bought in. Anybody can get it done on any given night, but they clearly have defined roles, and it's not just, hey, you're the guy and I'm the guy on the bench. You got your rebounders, you got your energy guys and Nick Hugo, you got your clutch guys that they go to and down the stretch with Brandon Smith. They know when they need a big mismatch and a quality bucket, they go to John Hudgens. They know if they need somebody to create shots, they got Kamarian Bracken, Trey Truss, Tyrell McDaniel. I like the makeup of this team. I think they're incredibly scary down the stretch in the race to one here. So, look, we're gonna move it on. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna second. I was gonna second that sentiment. My only worry with them is, like in the NBA playoffs, the race to one is gonna become a half court game. It's probably gonna slow down a little bit, and so we're gonna see them having to. We'll see how they adjust when the game's tightens up.
Rick, I laugh hard. You say the game's gonna slow down, but we're gonna find out what these coaches do. Some of these coaches still trying to figure out what the identity is, right? So I don't know. It may not slow down.
And those coaches not, but those coaches not gonna be in a race to one, my friend.
Fair enough. Well, look, there was another game that just wrapped up, man. Look, there was another game. I don't know if we even want to call it
that. There was no game. Exhibition.
Gotham 5.
A game is when two teams come out and compete. That wasn't a game.
Okay, fair enough. Gotham 5.
Yeah. Looking like the 92 Dream Team versus Lithuania.
Hey, they hosted the Middle East, right? And they wore the black uniforms, and boy, were they the villain, even though they, mocking the good old Batman. They put a 38-point beatdown on SimWorld Middle East on 81-43. I'm not going to get into everything because obviously that kind of beatdown does not need some great analytical basketball breakdown. But here's what I do want to say. Mackenzie Mbako, 23, 20, I believe 27 in the game leading up to this, and 30 big buckets on 12 for 16. Is this the Mackenzie Mbako that everyone hoped to see? And is this really him? Was he just kind of coasting and he's ready to put on now that he's committed to Indiana? What are you thinking about this young man's game? I'm
still not sold. The last two games he's going off against the bottom tier teams. I'm sorry. You scored 25 against Middle Eastern. I think that's what we expected you to do. So let me say this. I think he's improved a whole lot further than where he were in the beginning of the season. But I'm still not ready to put him nowhere in nobody's top 10.
That's crazy.
Because he feasted the last two games of inferior competition. So great job. He got the job done. He did it. But it's kind of like shooting buckets in the gym by yourself at some point. When you're just so much better than the guys you play against. I like to see the best players play their best against the best competition.
Hey, I like to say I think maybe we're getting to see what the star players on Gotham are doing now that the game is settled, and with them struggling a little bit, Coach Bellardi out, not having to try and figure out and feed so many egos, they can settle in on someone. I think we're starting to see who they are. By the way, Keon Anthony was 16 big buckets in that one in only 13 points. 13 minutes. That dude's going to be a bucket. He's going to be a bucket for years to come. So, look, we got another game coming on. Can we move it along, sir? Is that all right with you?
Let's do it.
3 in the key, man. Post up. All right. Indy hosting Rocky Mountain Monsters. Give me your 3 takeaways, keys to what you're looking for, or what you think really is going to be the keys to victory for each of these teams. Don't rush
it. For Rocky Mountain, I think number one, they need to be able to run the court. Go out there and run. Rocky Mountains does not have extremely big size, but they can take advantage of that a lot like Run DMV does and just run their team up and down the court for easy transitional buckets. Also, Rocky Mountain takes advantage of their size. They have a lot of players that can play several different positions. Bell can play about 2 to 3 positions. Lucas Banks can play several positions. I'll take advantage of those mismatches that are naturally there to get somebody like somebody like a Bell on a mismatched defender. Indiana doesn't play great perimeter defense anyway.
No.
So they can try to eat over there. And the third thing you're going to do, you're going to have to hit the boards. Indiana can be a very high powered offensive team, the last thing you want them to do is to get offensive rebounds for second opportunity. So hit the boards, run the basketball, and take advantage of your mismatching size. That's for Rocky Mountain side.
All right, on
For
the
Indy
Indy
side,
side. Mm-hmm.
it's quite simple actually. One of the third, the X factors have to show up, whether it's Johan or Reza Red. If you go back and you look at their stats, look at any meaningful game that they've won against any really good team. It wasn't because of the James brothers. They're gonna do their thing, but they don't win when they go off. They win when one of the other guys go off.
Mm-hmm.
If Johan goes off, they win. If Reza goes off, they win. The stats and the receipts prove that. So if I'm um if I'm Indy, it's very simple. Number one, get Reza involved. Or number two, get Johan involved. Or number three, get all of them involved. And that's their keys to winning.
All right. So that's both sides right there. You laid that out real quick, real smooth. All right, man.
Hey man, this is what I do.
Were you prepared or something? Like, were you waiting on that? I don't know.
This is what I'm on I get goofy. I say goofy things, but let's not get it twisted. I know the game of basketball very, very, very well, and that's why you have me on, because you know that. But for the listening audience, I say a lot of things that can be considered crass at times. But we talking the game of basketball. Very little people know as much or more than I do.
Wait, and I just want to be clear.
I just say it in a way that sounds condescending.
We're talking basketball,
and that sounds kind of crazy, but I'm pretty accurate.
And what the viewers need to know, most importantly, he's really humble. He's one of the most humble guys you're gonna meet, if you can't tell. Look, man, let's go into this last topic. We like to get in a little bit of something where we get to know you, get to know me a little bit. Hey, man. I think somebody had been talking about this in the Discord. Maybe I tried to spark the conversation up. Maybe you did. Maybe I think Bernard even chimed in. But definitely want to know, man, musical artists. You have an eclectic ear. I know mine is pretty weird for people. It is what it is. But we know you got a new single dropping. Everyone knows that Rick Blaze and Black got some things popping, shows going on. If y'all haven't checked out All Right on, go ahead and get your plug in, man.
I mean, you can check it out on YouTube. Blaze, BLAZEX, Black, BLACK is also on Instagram. If you're on Facebook, TikTok, anything you're on Blaze X Black, you can check out all that information. We got stuff coming. We have stuff already on there. So just check it out.
All right. Well, who does Rick Blaze listen to? Who are your top 5 musicians that you're plugging in all time? This is not necessarily who you're listening to now, but just who you appreciate out of your whole time musically that you're dealing with.
All right. I have to start off with old school because my parents will play that. So I have to put in the classic Frankie Beverly Mays as one of my top 5 all time that I listen to. I was not somebody would say, man, you're that old. No, I'm not that old. I was not. But my parents played that music as a young boy growing up. So I just associate that kind of music with a good time. Usually it's played at family functions, family gatherings, and when people are together and loving on each other. So that would be one. If I had to go, I'm going to go all over the place a little bit, if you don't mind. I'm going to go one of my top 3 inspirations of all time. Also think he's a great artist. Is Kirk Franklin. I know this sounds like really left field, right? But he's the first guy. I grew up in the church. He's the reason why I wanted to play an instrument, because Kirk Franklin made gospel music cool. The very first time I remember as a kid, I was, we stayed in the hood. Me and my mom pulled up to the KFC, and there was a guy put up in a slab. You don't know what that is. I'm from the South. It's like a car that's fixed up, usually an old school car that's fixed up with rims and bang and candy paint. He put up in a slab and he was banging, tough. I mean, the trunk just humming, right? He opens up the door and Kirk Franklin's Stump is playing. Blew my mind. I knew that. I said, this is the coolest gospel guy in the world. So me growing up in the church, Kirk Franklin, I learned all his songs, and Kirk Franklin would be number 2. Number 3.
And this is no in particular order, right? This is because
this is no order. I'm just saying them as I feel. Kanye West. I love Kanye West. Well, the old Kanye. I don't know who this new guy is. This impersonator walking around with tights on. I don't know this guy. So I'm talking way before this guy. This guy I don't know. He's been abducted by aliens. This is his doppelganger. The original Kanye West is who I fool with heavy. So that'd be number 3. Number 4, Kendrick Lamar. I love Kendrick Lamar. Fantastic artist. And and I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want to get too long-winded with it. Number 5, I'm a huge Pharrell fan. He can do no wrong in my eyes. Pharrell is the godfather in my eyes of everything fantastic in hip hop. I left out Biggie and Pac; those are obvious. I'm also a really big fan of Jay-Z.
Jay-Z, all right. I like how you left Jay-Z on there like an honorable mention. You just said his name. Ain't really much else to say. Everyone knows.
I mean, yeah, my man, he only needs half a bar. You know what time it is.
You know what time it is. You only get one. You only get half a bar. All right, man. I guess if I can get mine out there, which I'll go ahead and start where you started. My take is probably going to be pretty, weird for people. So y'all might want to look some of them up. I encourage you to do so. But I'll start with what we had in common. But we have a little different take on that. And it's Kanye, Yeezy. I love old Yeezy. I love Black Skinhead Yeezy. I love Dark Twisted Beautiful Fantasy Yeezy. I love Gospel Yeezy. I don't love everything that he has to say. Some things I don't hate, but I love every version of Kanye. I appreciate the genius and all of it. The one I don't like is that song where he was like, "Get the medulla oblongata." Like that was crazy. What was happening? That's all I was like. What was going on?
That was a little too far.
That was the one. Like, yo, what you doing here, man? But other than that, yeah, I'm a Kanye fan. Next up, and in no particular order for me, if you don't know who Hosier is, you may see his name and call him Hosier or whatever. You remember that song, "Take Me to Church"? He's one of those artists, and Rick, I talk about this a lot. And listen closely, kids. When y'all hear a single on the radio or hear something playing out in the spot and it's playing like crazy, don't think that the artist is that song that you're hearing on the radio repeatedly or the video. Go listen to the album. That album is bananas. Some of the greatest artistry and writing I've ever heard in my life. Love it. Great music. Go listen to it. It's not all like "Take Me to Church." It's very different. It's kind of got a bluesy rock to it. Next up, an artist called Isla. It's a female. She sings. White girl, red hair. Sounds like if you were to take Coco from SWV and mash her with Beyonce and give her some extra swag. Go look her up. She does not have. Well, go look her up. Do you think I ain't gonna waste a bunch of time? You go look up for yourself. There's not one single song by her that I don't think is amazing. Like, it's great.
Beyonce and Coco?
It's not the same vibe. So those are two distinctly different vibes. If you mash them together, just go check out. After that, this one's a little weird. And me and you talk about this guy. Wouldn't say he's a crazy great singer or anything like that, but I promise you turn this on, it's very hard not to vibe to it. He's kind of like my party joint. When I get up and I get in my right spot, you know what I'm saying? Ty Dolla $ign's gonna do it for me every time. He can do no wrong. He has some songs where he's not saying much of anything, but he's saying a whole lot. Ty, I'm with you, dog. And then look here, man. What's that? 3?
That's 4.
That's 4. Yeah. So this one's tough. Actually, I think Ty's on my outside. Let me just go ahead and get these last 2. R. Kelly. Y'all can say what y'all want. I know that's old school. We supposed to not like what he did, but his music ain't do nothing to nobody. His catalog speaks for itself. R. Kelly's music is crazy. There's so much unreleased music that people haven't heard that is just as good as some of the original. So Kels is up there for me. If you want to know why I'm Yells, because he's Kels. And then lastly, I think I can honestly, truthfully put this guy number 1 on my list. So everybody remembers, how did the joint go? Somebody that I used to know, Rick. I know. I don't remember which one of us came on this first.
Talking about Kings of Leon?
Oh, no, sir. Gautier is a musical genius. Go look up his videos and go along with the music. Gautier is a musical genius. And
I'm thinking about Kings of Leon, "Sex on Fire."
That's one of the greatest songs ever. That's one of the greatest songs ever in history. But yeah, Gautier, go check out his music, man. You ain't got to be in love with the vibe or the style of music, but if you don't think he's a creative genius, that's on you. So, Rick, we spent a lot of time here, man. Musically, I can get into it. I appreciate you being a part of that, man.
It's a really good time.
Hey, so big game coming up. Like I said, we got Indy Stripes. Are they hosting? Are they at home? Who we got here? Indy Stripes. Trying to get at Rocky Mountain Monsters. My bad. Rocky Mountain Monsters hosting the Indy Stripes. Yeah. So who you got in this one before we get out of here?
I'm gonna say what I've been saying all season long. I don't deviate from my stance. I don't trust Indy. I don't trust Indy. I'm sorry.
You know, some people are gonna call you a hater. You know that,
So
right?
that's fine. They talked about Jesus. I mean, so
Hey, not all haters are wrong.
I don't
Is that
trust
your
them.
stance?
Their goal is to always outscore everybody, but at some point you gotta get stops in a row. And I've never seen all the games I watched for Indy, I've never seen them make stops in a row defensively. And I think when you trying to beat a team like Rocky Mountain, who's had their ups and downs, at some point you gotta get some stops. And offense is pretty, but defense win ball games at the end of the day. You got to get stopped. So when it's time to get a stop, I don't trust them to get a stop. So I'm gonna go Rocky Mountains. And also, I'm kind of interested to see how I've seen him and Corey's Bernard and Corey's kind of going at it. Corey he got some kind of clock. I forget. I got to go back and look at it. But I think it's gonna be interesting to see how this whole thing play out. But anyway, Indy has a really good team. But their inability to make defensive stops when they need it, for me, is their Achilles heel. So I'm gonna go Rocky Mountain.
All right. Well, we got a good one coming up. Nevertheless, we haven't seen Rocky Mountain Monsters on SimWorld TV in a little bit. They're currently running with their interim coach. I think it's Caleb Martin, or maybe not Caleb Martin. I'm not sure. I don't want to get it twisted. We got
so many intern coaches at this point. I can't keep up.
Hey, join SimWorld Sports. We're looking for committed coaches. See the game, be the game. You got the brain. Come be a coach, got the game, come be a player, all that. This has been the Post Up, man. Appreciate y'all rocking with us. Game coming up soon. Hang on, give us about 3 minutes, and we'll be checked in for tip-off. I appreciate you, Rick.
And before I forget, happy Father's Day for all those guys with sorry pullout game. I'm gone.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. We been whipping, topping pitches, popping like a can of soda, pop the pitches, 7 digits, gotta count that quota. Ever tripping, ain't no tripping, only shot with dollars rolling. Can you dig it? I'ma get it, popping like a can of soda, popping like whoop, popping like a can of soda, popping like a
baby, I'm just trying to
popping like a can of soda. Pop it like a can of soda, pop it like keep that laughing up. Pop it like a can of soda.
And welcome to Pit Row Fieldhouse here in Indiana. We have game 2 of our SimWorld triple header here tonight between the Rocky Mountain Monsters and the Indy Stripes. I'm B-Ron alongside my broadcast partner Siege. How are you, my friend? Good to be here with you, as always.
As always, beautiful time when I get to call a game with good old B-Ron. Excited to be here. I think we got a good matchup here. We've got a team that's very established in Rocky Mountain, known as one of the better teams in the league. There's some questions surrounding, their identity without a coach. And then we've got a team that is known as one of the kind of more inconsistent teams in the league. Indy Stars has the talent and the players to be just as good as anybody, but they're shaky at times. You really can't trust them, as Rick says. So it really is going to depend on what Indy Stripes do we see come out tonight.
Right, exactly. Will it be the Indy Stripes that gets help for the James Brothers, Benari and Barkley, or will it be the Indy Stripes that it's all James Brothers and no one else that's to help him tonight?
Exactly, and another thing that you never know with them is, are they going to look for Barkley? Because we see some games where he does not get enough looks. And then those games that we see him get those looks from threes, he is a sniper. In my brain, and I think in most people's brains, I don't know if this is a hot take or not. B-Ron, check me on it if it is. He's a top 5 3-point shooter in the league. He can knock it down when he gets that shot.
He hasn't been in the league. He has been in the league as long as others have, but I will say that he does have a good stroke about him from the 3-point range, and he is a solid 3-point shooter. I would give him that much.
I believe he's number 4 in percentage, and I'll just say this: I'll never forget the game. I was on call. We were there watching him. I believe in Pit Row Fieldhouse. He went 10 for 10 from 3, just lit it up from out there. I'm blanking on who they played against, but whoever it was playing a zone, and they were finding him in the corner over and over again.
Yeah,
it looks
I
like
remember that game.
That old basketball game where the corner 3 with the cheese every corner 3 went in. That's what Barkley James looks like sometimes. Looks like you give him a corner 3 and it's going in every time.
Almost like the Ray Allen corner 3 ball too. That was his hot spot. So hey, we're just looking to see how it all unfolds tonight here. We have a 2-2 ball game right now. For Rocky Mountain side though, like you said, without Coach Robinson being a part now, wondering what their identity is as a team. We know that they have a very team-first heavy concept. They've always been that way. They were under Coach Robinson, at least anyway. They had anybody could get hot at any given night, and it seemed like they had their star players, obviously, but it was really anybody could do anything at any point in time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's definitely really interesting with the lack of a coach, and we're questioning the identity at this point because not too long ago, maybe about 6-7 games ago on the schedule, Justin Bell had started really kind of emerging as that number 1 guy for this team, and that was something that from the beginning of the season they were still successful, but we always said, who's that guy? And Justin Bell had started kind of emerging, and I think he still is kind of that guy. And so this is a moment without the coach and people questioning their identity. Well, more than ever, he needs to be taking that role, and if he's not going to, somebody needs to. He needs to really step into that role even more so without a coach.
Exactly, and they have, and again, they have other players that can fill that role if it's not him, as Benari James gets himself on the board. But they have 5 players ranked right now in the top 100 of Symbol Hoops. So this is a very talented team.
Absolutely.
And across the way for Indy, they have 4 players ranked in the top 100 as well.
Absolutely, both very talented teams. Rocky Mountain has been a little bit more consistent, but we call Indy inconsistent. But the thing about Rocky Mountain is when they start to lose, they're kind of streaky with it. They'll go on a 3-loss streak, and then they'll go on a 4-5 win streak, and they'll do it over again. And so they're not inconsistent. They're known as a much more consistent team. Both these teams loaded with talent. They need to get hot at the right time, I'll say. When it comes down to it, when we get closer to the postseason, getting hot at the right time for either of these teams would be massive.
Yeah, and we're here now, Siege. We're in the final 2 months of the regular season. So if there's any time to get hot for be it these teams or any team in Sim or Hoops that is in contention for a Race to 1 spot, it's now. Get hot now, so you can get your spot in the Race to 1. Which brings me to my next point. I don't know if you saw it earlier today, but within the last day or so, after their win last night, it was Benario Barkley, one of them, called out Showtime players and saying how they'll see them in the Race to 1 and that kind of stuff, or they'll see them soon and that kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, okay, it makes sense if you're playing each other soon, but checking the schedule, they don't play each other at all in the regular season. So the only time they'll meet, if they meet, is in the Race to 1. What do you think about that?
I mean, look, we know that specifically Indy star player Benari James has a streak of chat. He likes to chat. He's confident in himself. Justin Bell there is going to knock down a 3. Like we said, he can be that guy for them. But we know that him and sometimes his teammates along with him, they're known to be a little chatty sometimes. And that brings me to a point that I kind of maybe want to highlight. Again, check me if you think it's a little bit of a hot take. You check the rankings list that recently came out, the skills ranking list. One guy who found his name plastered all over it was Benari James. Benari James is, we hesitated on it for a long time this season. He's a superstar. He is a superstar, whether you want to take into account.
Hey! Oh, my goodness, Justin Bell.
Ringing the bell on that one. But whether we want to take into account his talking streak or not, on the court, there's very little denying that he does so many things at such a high level. He's a superstar, and I think the only thing that keeps people from putting him in maybe not the same category, but a very similar category to guards like a Bronny James and a DJ Wagner is, one, the inconsistency of his team, and two, that he kind of has that persona that people some people don't really love so much. But I think talent and skill-wise, I don't think he's as far off from the top players in the league as we might want to portray.
Right, and I will say this: I'm in agreement with you in that he is a superstar at this level, and I feel like that as he gets older and gets better, that ceiling for him is only going to get higher, and with his last name being James, and his brother, on the team with him as well, those James brothers, Benari and Barkley, they are. I'm trying to close my thought right. They're not on the level of the other James brothers yet.
Not quite.
But give them a few years, and they definitely could be. We definitely could see these four kids go back and forth in the future.
Absolutely, and we said the only way we're going to see them meet is in the run-to-one. If Indy gets hot and ends up meeting them in the run-to-one, that's going to be a race to one. Sorry, not run-to-one. I'm thinking of the Rockets' old slogan, "Run is one." The race to one, it's going to be quite a matchup. That is going to be a fun matchup to watch. It's probably going to be heated, get a little chatty. But on that note of them not being on the same level, obviously no one's taking Benari James over Bronny James. I think there's a conversation to be made. Barkley is young, and maybe not there right now, but there's a conversation to be had, Barkley versus Bryce, at the moment, in my head anyways. What Barkley does well, he does really, really well. Bryce does a few more things better than Barkley does, but what Barkley is better, I mean, as a shooter, again, I don't think there are 5 people who are better at shooting the 3 ball than Barkley James is.
Right. Okay. I was really trying to take in all what you said there, and I do have to agree with you to a point. I do think that there are some very talented people in Houston. One of them obviously being Trey Turner, who's still in here. Now, once Trey Turner leaves, then I can put Barkley in that top 3 echelon, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I don't think he's top 3 at the moment. At the moment, my top 3 is, you mentioned him, right? Then you got Kadarius Loftus, and I'm putting a guy on Rocky Mountain, Ireland early. In terms of a sharpshooter, he's there. He's still above Barkley for me. I think Barkley's right behind those 3.
Definitely have to agree with you there in that regard as well, my friend. We got a Rocky Mountain blowout on our hands right now. They're looking really good. We've been talking about other things that we got a game here that's 20-9. Rocky Mountain. They are really putting it on Indy here early in this one. As Noah Jovic could not get the leading in the 3-pointer to go. That was not a good bet for him at all.
And this guy, Lucas Banks, who just got that rebound, he's looked really good so far, too. He's another guy who, Justin Bell's emerging as the guy, but Lucas Banks can be one of those guys for them, too.
Yes, and there's Maury Washington, another one of the players on Rocky Mountain team who we thought, because of his size and height, both in weight and height, was going to be more of a focal point for Rocky Mountain, but it's turned out to be the other players, and Washington has been in that second tier of players for Rocky Mountain, which isn't a bad thing in all honesty.
No, not at all. You got a guy that big, that strong, he's tough. He's good. He's got some decent post work for a guy that's that size. Coming off your bench, he's a great relief kind of guy. He's got to come in, give guys like Lucas Banks or McDougal a break, and you're not really worried about him not doing his job.
No, exactly. He comes in and he knows what he's supposed to do, and Rocky Mountain has come out and they've done exactly what they're supposed to do to begin this game. They are running away with this one.
They are
early. I don't think these people have had a chance to really sit down and get comfortable yet, and if they have, might want to consider getting a little bit uncomfortable at this point, but either way it is.
And for real, I don't think we've seen a timeout yet. They're just letting this one go. We have not seen a single pit stop here in Pit Row Fieldhouse.
Nope. No stoppages in play, surprisingly enough, which normally you'd see one by now, but not here. The last 10 seconds of the first quarter ticking away here. Rocky Mountain's going to have a chance to get another bucket here before the quarter ends. We'll see what they do with it here. They don't get it to go, and that's going to end the first quarter. Rocky Mountain dominating to begin 26-9, way out in front of Indy. We'll see if they can right the ship here. Come back to Pit Row Fieldhouse for the second quarter of play.
Remember those pesky squirrels?
Uh-huh.
Well, I trained them. fun! Squirrels cutting coupons.
Yep. It's gonna save us a ton of money and time.
I love your brain, Bob.
Me too.
Enough! Your tyranny ends now, you filthy humans! Nut up, my brothers!
You seem so cool!
Yeah!
Ow!
The day of the squirrel is upon us!
No!
YOLO!
Oh, it's biting my head! Oh, God, it's mating with my mouth. Mommy! Just get it off!
Second quarter action here, set to begin here very shortly. But Siege, we have seen a hot start from Rocky Mountain. I'll answer the question here in a second though. But we have some games coming up Saturday, and it's going to be a very fun time on Saturday. I don't have the schedule in front, but I will get that for you guys shortly. Of course. We have Asia Pacific. They're hosting Africa at 9 in the morning on Saturday on ESPN. With that one, it'll be South America and Atlantis at 10 a.m. And then it'll be the North. They are heading to the boat siege to play Oceania, and that's going to be here on Simbro TV.
We got a great Saturday slate. There's nothing better than sitting on the couch on a Saturday and watching some good basketball. That sounds wonderful.
Absolutely. We've seen some good basketball here from Rocky Mountain in the first quarter. Got out to a dominant lead, and adjustments are going to need to be made for sure from Coach Storm on the other end if they want to find success in the second quarter.
Yeah, I don't know. Right now it feels like Coach Storm might have got caught in traffic or something, because something's got to happen. That's great. All right. we talked about it towards the end of the first. There wasn't a single timeout. Rocky Mountain was going on that run, and there was no stopping the bleeding. I mean, I don't know where Coach was.
Yeah, no, and when things get like that, that's when you have to make adjustments. You can't let that continue, because that not only hurts your team from a point people on the court, it also just hurts them morale-wise, too. If coaches are letting this thing spiral out of control, the user player can only do so much. The coach has to step in at some point and get his kids.
Absolutely. Ooh, and one! Here they come, baby. Must have made some adjustments to that quarter break, but I mean, you're right, especially at this level of basketball when the players are younger, and when your coach is kind of just letting that happen, you kind of look over to the sideline at him and you're like, Coach, is this just like, can we not do anything about, like, what's going on? Like, a couple guys can only step up so much without, like, a coach's guiding it, especially at this level. And, I mean, any level of basketball, adjustments are huge. When you get to the pros, the coaches there are the coaches who are the Hall of Fame level, the great coaches that make an impact on the game, but a coach is a little less important, like, the higher level of basketball you get, because the players know more. They're more mature. They can make those adjustments in-game, on court, as they go a little bit better. But this level, exactly. At this level, you look over your coach and you're like, Coach, are they just going to do this to us? Like, what are we doing?
Right, what are we supposed to do? Help us.
Like, we're just gonna lay down and take this? Like, what's going on, coach? Like, come on. Ooh.
Yeah, these kids are finding their game. Reza Red with the putback. My goodness. That is a grown man move right there. We'll love to see more of that in a lot of these bigs here in Simba Hoops.
Oh, B, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started on how I feel about these bigs. And it all started with Reza Red, but he's done a lot better in the past couple of weeks on what I would like to see him doing. That right there was perfect.
We are the same. We're the same because my famous words are don't be nice. Don't be nice, man. We're the same person in that regard.
Just love some good big man play. I love to watch some bigs go to work.
There's another jumper from Benari as that one falls for him. Indy is there fighting their way back into this one. It looked like it was going to get ugly early, but Indy's finding their way back into it. My question, though, for Indy is, can they contend with the height that Rocky Mountain has? I think that's going to be their biggest weakness, in my opinion, anyway. And one!
That's tough. They're tough inside right now. They're going inside. They're getting those easy buckets. You love that. And what that's going to do is that's going to shrink the court. When you're a defense like Rocky Mountain, they're very disciplined defense. But when you got guys getting inside and getting those tough M1s, to an extent, that's going to start shrinking the floor. That's going to start shrinking the floor, and what that's going to allow you to do is get your shooters open. Guys like Jay Lewis, guys like Barkley James, even Sean Chapman-Daly, he can shoot the ball. You're going to White Williams. I forget to mention White. How can I do that? But these guys can shoot it, and what you're going to do is you're going to take this disciplined defense who are going to stay with their man, great rotation. You're going to get them a little bit off guard. They're going to shrink the court to try and stop those buckets inside, and that's going to open up threes, and that's when you really make your run.
And as a result, too, it forces them to become a little bit undisciplined, too, because you're now forcing them to do things that they normally don't do.
Exactly. But to go back to what you said about height, I think overall, as a team, Rocky Mountain's got a little more height throughout the roster. I mean, Reza Red's the biggest guy on the court. That is not a question. Maybe not weight-wise. I think Maury Washington's got him by maybe 15, 20 pounds. But height-wise, he does have a little bit of height on everyone. But that's where I gotta see Reza Red take over. He's gotta be that assertive guy that says, I am bigger than you. I am bigger than you, and I'm not gonna let you push me around down low. If we can see that from him, I don't think the height is gonna be an issue.
Yeah, Washington listed at 250, it looks like here, at 254, and Reza Red is listed at 235. So 233. Oh, yeah. Bigger, yeah, but I do want to see that matchup more. Hopefully we'll get more of that as the game goes on, but it's been a lot of the shooters really and the guards going inside and making it happen for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have seen some good post moves from Lucas Banks. I really like his footwork down low. He hit a couple of drop steps to the inside, not even those outside drop steps on the block you're used to. He's gotten on the baseline, hit a drop step towards the paint, and hit a really nice one earlier on.
Yeah, speed of Benari got to the bucket but couldn't finish there. Don't look now, but 32-28, and Indy is very close to tying this game up again.
Yeah. They really came out and ran. They were not looking like in the first quarter, but that's kind of what we know of Indy. They're shaky, they're inconsistent. You never know when they're going to fire off their run.
Yeah, we saw the Bad Boy basketball was like that last year. They were one of those teams very consistent. That was like the rival, very up and down. Couldn't figure out who they were. Eventually tried to, but never quite could get to that point. I think Indy is one of those teams with a stronger offense, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. Ooh, great look by Reza Red down low. That's not
fantastic find there by the big fella. That is teammate wide open. Love to see that from a big man. We're gonna see our first time out here of the game in the second quarter. Rocky Mountain calls it. We're going to right. We're gonna come right back for the second quarter here at Pittsburgh Fieldhouse. back, everyone. 2:10 left here in the second quarter here at Pit Row Fieldhouse. By the way, this is your first time checking us out here on YouTube. And a couple of them want you to do. Number 1, hit the like button. Number 2, subscribe. And number 3, continue to watch, because once again, you're already here. May as well just continue to do all those things.
Ooh.
As we have a tough bucket there from Justin Bell, I believe, who made that one, yeah? Got a chance to look at stats here. Ari James has 17 points, leading the way in the game. It's a game high right now for Ari James, 17 points.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna hear about it after the game, Colin.
If they win, if they pull out the win, I believe we will hear a lot more from both him and his brother, as they are definitely known as two of the more vocal people of the league, for sure. Johan is driving in time. Way high off the glass and good. That was pretty.
I don't know, B-Ron. I feel confident even if they don't pull out the win, we're going to hear from Benari.
you know, you're probably right. It means more when you win. And that's more so what I'm going for. Ooh, the bank is open today. Bangin' Davis getting that one off the glass as well. That's a tough shot to take from that range and use the glass like that.
Very impressive. That's a good shot. It's not something you see a lot anymore.
Ooh, definitely not something you see a lot anymore these days. A good defense there in Rocky Mountain.
Reckless drive there by Barkley.
Yeah, it was a good idea. The finish just wasn't there.
Yep. That was the right place.
Oh, exactly. Justin Bell can't get that one to go. Final 20 seconds here of the quarter and the half, for that matter. Taken away here. And there's a drive. Layup, no good, rattling around, but can't find the bottom of the net. Final 5 seconds here. Good. No pass stolen away. Maybe one final heave. Yes, there it is. Short off the front of the glass, front of the iron there. Halftime here, 40-32. Rocky Mountain Monsters in the lead. And see, we saw a tale of 2 quarters from Indy. First quarter, not looking so good. Thought maybe it was going to get ugly and get out of hand, but they came back in the second quarter, and we now have a bit of a game on our hands here, my friend.
Absolutely. Like you said, tale of 2 quarters for this game. First quarter, it looked like it was Rocky Mountain all the way. I mean, they were dominating both sides of the ball. Indy looked lost out there. Came out in the second quarter, and I think what we saw from them more than in the first quarter for sure that really sparked this comeback was an aggressiveness, an aggression to get to the rim and finish. We saw a lot of tough finishes, a few and ones for Indy. They kind of took it into their hands and said, we got to get to the rim. Let's go get these buckets. They were tough inside. Kind of came with that mindset in the second quarter, and I think that's what really kicked off this run for them. I think if they can keep that up, we talked about it earlier, it's going to start opening up some outside shots for them too. So they got to not let up though. They can't let off the gas, but they can't let off the gas with that one.
Yep, we'll see if they can get back on the gas and keep it going. Come back with the second half of action.
SimWorld presents Around the Table with E and the Fat Man.
What's up, everybody? This is Big Bob.
And this is Elava.
And we are the co-hosts of Around the Table with E and the Fat Man.
Around the Table is the SimWorld Hoops podcast where Big Bob and I give our takes on various sports around the world.
Make sure to tune in every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time to hear our takes.
And don't forget to join in on the conversation with us on Discord at discord.gg/SimWorldNBA.
And make sure to follow us on Twitter and YouTube at SimWorld4K. And as always,
see the game, be the game. Later, folks.
second half action set to begin here. We got a good game on our hands here. Didn't look like it was gonna get here, but we finally got one here. It's an 8-point game, 40-32. Rocky Mountain in the lead. Let's talk second half adjustments, Steve. What are you looking for from both sides? That wasn't what I expected to see, but it went in anyway. So a good start to the half, ready to be sure.
It went in. Benari's having one of those games. Everything's falling for him. I think keys for both teams. Monsters need to start being a little bit more aggressive. They were in the first quarter. They were really dominating everything. They were throwing Indy off the game. Indy wasn't able to kind of get into their flow, anything like that at all. And so I think for them, the key is going to be the opposite of the key for Indy. They've got to keep Indy out of the paint. They got to play that defense. If they've got to shoot the floor a little, that's fine. Let them shoot a couple threes. If they go, they'll readjust. But right now, the problem is that they're getting inside and they're getting easy buckets inside. Maybe not easy. Some of them have been tough, but you got to stop what's working for them right now. For Indy, the key is just that: keep being aggressive, keep getting inside, getting those buckets. See if you can open up some threes for your shooters.
There's a three-pointer, right open. That's Jay Lusk hitting the three-pointer to fall. He is one of the sharpshooters for this Indy Stripes team. He can also get it done from beyond the arc.
Ooh, McDougal.
Response there from McDougal.
Great body control there.
37. Absolutely. Supreme body control. And this being a division game is extra important. It has some extra weight to it.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams want this win. Both teams need this win. This is the win you got to get. One thing we saw towards the end of the second quarter, and we've seen it already in this start of this half, they're doubling Benari James, and there's Reza with another tough board and put back inside. He is playing like I like to see him play. But they've started doubling Benari James, and that's going to open up a lot of passes. I mean, we saw earlier Reza had that great assist inside. Sean Chapman Daly. That second pass out of a double team is always dangerous.
Exactly, and the key to it is to recognize it quickly. And if you can see it and react in time, then you're in good shape to find your man for an open look. Whoever you hit, if somebody's open on a double team. That's the numbers. We saw a great block down here to get Rocky Mountain the ball back as well. Go ahead, Siege.
Absolutely, and I was just going to add, we saw just that possession before, we saw Jay Lusk get that open three that he knocked down off of the Benari James double team.
Yeah. Great movement without the ball. Results in a bucket for McDougal. That's his second of the quarter already. Maybe he's going to be that third option tonight for Rocky Mountain.
He's absolutely, I mean, he's got the talent for it. He's a good big. He's a very mobile big. We saw him with the great body control. He does a lot of things really well for a guy of his size.
There's another block. Good defense here from Rocky Mountain. That was Ireland early, who got the block on that shot there. And now Rocky Mountain, chance to get another basket here and continue to assert their dominance in the third quarter. And there's the shot is going to count, but McDougal just calls it a foul off the ball. The shot will count, but it will go to Indy regardless.
Yeah, Justin does hit a couple of those nice mid-range pull-ups. You love to see a good mid-range game, or another kind of lost art in this era of basketball sometimes.
And do you think that, with that being a lost art, as that big three-pointer falls from Benari James, do you think that with the lost art of the mid-range, do you think that players like Justin Bell will potentially bring it back? Oh, he's gonna bring it back! My goodness. About that one back behind his head, no less.
Ringing the bell on that one. I absolutely do that. I think we have a few players in SimWorld who give me hope for the mid-range. Justin Bell is starting to look like one of them. I'm going to be Benari James has hit some nice mid-range tonight, but when I think of mid-range, I think of a guy like Ace Miguez can knock down a pretty mid-range shot. His teammate Nene Gibson can knock down a pretty mid-range shot. Jay Lasker has a nice mid-range game. A guy who recently win overseas, but a guy like Xavier Pope had a great mid-range shot. We do have a good number of guys in this league, especially for a high school league, who value and can really execute a mid-range game really well.
And speaking of, there's another one there from Daquan McDougal, who gets another one to go. He's been really hot in the quarter for that. Benari James on the other side's been hot. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
I think what he's taking advantage of, and he's not on the floor anymore, but we talked about McDougal's kind of a more mobile big than a lot of bigs. Especially with Reza on the floor. Reza is a very strong, very powerful player. He's not quite as mobile as a guy like McDougal, so he's been moving a lot and kind of using that mobility to his advantage and getting some of these points we've seen from him in the second half.
And they're bringing a double to Justin Bell. At least Mighty Open. Now we're seeing both of the star players on their respective teams being doubled, which is always a fun matchup to see. That's when you know you're a problem for when they start double teaming you. 3-pointer from Bell. No, tough shot. Had to take it, but the shot clock winding down. Tried the other way with it. Jovic. Is it to Benari? Layup and one!
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break for the free throws. Come right back. Welcome back. We just saw Benari James get the layup, and now he has one opportunity. And see, she has been on fire really all game.
I mean, look, he right now, I don't want to jinx it, but he looks like he's going after that scoring record right now. You know, we talked about it earlier, and he might have heard us and said, let me cement your point, Siege, but I really don't think he's that far off when you talk about the best players in this league, talent-wise and on the floor. Guys like DJ Wagner, Bonnie James, Dominic Bianco, I think he's in that, he's up there with them.
Yeah. You know, him and Justin Bell, they've been going back and forth all night, but it's really been Benari who has been the better of the two in terms of star players going at each other. It's been those two, but Benari's been far and away better. And there he goes again, forcing his way inside for another bucket.
I mean, he, look, you're right, him and Justin Bell going back and forth. Justin Bell is emerging as that guy from Rocky Mountain. And no disrespect Justin Bell, a great player. Benari is more of a #1 superstar than Justin Bell is. And look, if you want to look at it purely stats-wise right now, the second scorer after Benari on his Indy Stripes team has 6 points, and that's Reza Red. And a few guys have posted at 6 points. So there's some other guys contributing a little, but of this 49, Benari has over half of their points. I mean, he is absolutely keeping them in this game.
Oh, absolutely, and that's one way to assert your dominance in a game and make sure that your team has a chance at the end of the day. Great pass from Benari out of the shot, but unfortunately, teammate could not hold on to it. Novajovic could not hold on to it, going Rock Mountain's way.
I don't think he was ready. I don't think he was ready and expected to see Benari pass out of a shot right now. Benari is so hot, you don't really expect him to pass up a shot.
Right, yeah, he surprised me when he passed out of it. I think maybe Benari surprised himself too. He saw it the last thing, but oh, let me do somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, and Novajovic had an open look and didn't quite keep a hold of that ball.
Didn't quite do it there, and Rocky Mountain going to respond, hitting the layup to go. 54-49 with the final minute here, Siege, of the third quarter. Been a quick game here, surprisingly, I feel like.
It is close. Ooh, I think we might get a flagrant there.
Maybe. I heard the smack for sure. I don't know if that was on the head or on the shoulder or wherever, but it didn't sound good. Regardless, we'll get some free throws here.
We're getting the info from the refs. They're going to call a flagrant there on McDougal. Came down real hard there. Came down real hard on Robert McGee.
Yeah, so McGee's going to go to the line to take the free throw, and he missed the first one. That's not good.
Oh, ball don't lie.
Ball spirit don't lie here. And we'll see if it tells the truth on the second free throw, because if this one does not help, we'll recover. Okay. We get 1 or 2 on the flagrant, and they'll keep that, which is why it's so important to make those flagrant free throws, because you get the ball back afterwards.
Absolutely. And right now, don't look now. I don't want to point anything out. Bernardi's not on the floor. This would be a great time for the Rocky Mountain Monsters to try and make a run.
Yeah, this being a 4-point game. Yep, but of course, you also could see some other players start to get going, like Noah Dillard. Unfortunately, there, he could not make that jumper. We'll see how it goes to them.
You know who we haven't seen much of, if at all, this game? Where's White Williams? I see him out there, but I haven't seen much play from him tonight.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen much from White Williams tonight. But again, to continue to give Bernardi his props, when you are dominating the way that he is, no one else is doing much of anything, which is a knock on them. It's just Bernardi's.
Yeah, I mean, you're not
the other thing.
I'm telling you, Barkley can get a little bit better getting to the rim. We saw that it was a little bit of a reckless drive, but he did a great job getting past his defenders, couldn't finish. If he gets a little bit better at finishing like his brother is, he is going to be a threat.
Well, we got a threat here in our hands now. Siege, Indy down 2, heading to the fourth quarter, 54-52. Come right back. We're going to have a good finish on our hands, I believe. Pit Row Fieldhouse, coming back for the fourth quarter.
Going hit for hit. Riding sideways, candy dripping wet, remixed it. Now we in our private jet with the candy wet, and we gon' sit it sideways. Third coast, baby, it was born to parlay. Riding sideways, candy dripping wet, remixed it. Now we in our private jet with the candy wet, and we gon' sit it sideways. Third coast, baby, it was born to parlay.
Sit 'em sideways, ride. I'm gliding, I'm high on life. It's my time in line,
and not a nigga shining bright.
Fuck a 9 to 5. I just recline on the mind. If you rewind, you find there's no denying I'm tight.
Just give me the line.
Like Sean Paul, and I'll be straight. You see me leaning so hard, it's like I need a V8. I needed a break from toting the hammer. Last week I did a show in the front row of the Copacabana. My lyrics will give a nigga hope in the slammer. Since I'm all about my dough, you ain't gon' blow out my candle. Hope you can handle R.E. double. When I fall off in the club, nothing but love. VIP, no cover, none other. Burn rubber on dubs. Sitting in the Lex Bubba, drinking my cup. Mix my Belvedere with Everclear, cause I'm still a thug. This is the remix, nigga, so bang this here in your truck.
Riding sideways, candy dripping wet, remixed it. Now we in our private jet with the candy wet, and we gon' sit it sideways. Third coast, baby, it was born to parlay. Riding sideways, candy dripping wet, remixed it. Now we in our private jet with the candy wet, and we gon' sit it sideways. Third coast, baby, it was born to parlay. I'm still reclining, letting the top down, diamonds glaring, remixed it, and now we got the whole world staying. See, it's true, playboy, we representing that Texas. Boulder so big you can't fit it round my neck. Dragging my knuckles on the floor cause the bracelet is sitting so heavy. Dog, I need a hand. You can call me the lumber man like Paul Bunyan, cause I get all my steaks and my funyuns in 2x4s. Mansion doors, pull up on big screen. Sitting in the hot tub, I'm looking so clean. Bling bling. Yes sir, ballin' became a habit. I'm blowing up on this cabbage, I'm blind across sea. Got 03s with the sprees. Man, I got the beat knocking. Papa's watching cause it's hit for hit. Featuring Red AJ and CT up on the remix. For the fly ladies and Louis Vuitton teams. Independent women out making they fucking cream. Get your fetty, baby, cause it's oh so lovely. We sipping bubbly in a day. And we riding sideways, candy dripping wet, remixed it. Now we in our private jet with the candy wet, and we gon' sit it sideways. Third coast, baby, it was born to parlay. Riding sideways, candy dripping wet, remixed it.
All right, everyone. Fourth quarter time. 54-52. Monsters in the lead. You know what time it is. Put those scores up. It's fourth quarter time. We're going to have a good finish on our hands here, I believe. Siege, what's going to have to happen here in the fourth quarter for Rocky Mountain first to get out of here with the win?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing we've been saying all game. They got to keep being tough. Part of me wants to say find a way to stop Bernardi, but that's unrealistic. You kind of just have to match him.
I think so, yeah.
If Bernardi goes off, gets another 12 points, whatever, he's got 27 right now. If he gets close to 40, fine. But if other guys start getting more next to him, they're going to have a problem. So, honestly, at this point, just play Benari one-on-one. If he gets his buckets, fine. But you got to run a smooth offense down your game. You saw Lucas Banks there. He's up to 11 points now. He's flirting with a Draymond Green type triple-double. I believe he's got 11, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists right now. That's what I'm saying about Lucas Banks. He can be that number 2 guy.
And there's a 3 that gives Rocky Mountain, or puts them rather, up 1. And it's, man, this is going to be a really great finish here in our hands. Lucas Banks, not quite. Leaning jumper, little tough to get that one to go in traffic like that. But for the lead, no, not quite yet. The rim had other plans.
Novajovic's got a decent shot there. That one Barkley James 3, that's the first one he's hit tonight, and you got to be careful that do not let him slip out again, because once he gets one, he can get going quick, especially when you get his brother back on the floor. If they start double teaming and Barkley gets a couple more threes, he's going to hit him. You
don't want to get them going, but there goes the 3 from Rocky Mountain. Zane Davis. And that one will fall. I think Rocky Mountain's going to need to hit on more of those threes and get more from Justin Bell. Continue to get more from Justin Bell because he's been really good for them this game. And there's another 3 ball. Back-to-back threes. That one from Jay Luss. And Rocky Mountain picked the first one out of the quarter here. See, we're going to take a quick break. Come right back for the final 5:52 of the fourth quarter. Welcome back, everyone. 5:52 to go here in the fourth quarter. If you are enjoying all the action here on YouTube, be sure to go over to our Discord and chat with all of us and see what's going on around the league. Get all the news, all the talking, everything you can wish for over there. That is discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. Come on over there, join us, and be a part of our SimWorld universe as well if you'd like to, as a player and or coach, as Novajovic cannot get the 3 ball to go. As we have a saying over here, if you got the game, come be a player. If you got the brains, come be a coach. The Rocky Mountain looking for a coach. You can coach this team and build them into what you want them to be.
That's not a guy you can leave open like that.
Nope, not the one. That's the wrong one. Ireland early getting that 3 ball to rattle in. 62-58. I feel like he hasn't had a chance to take a lot of those tonight. He's been kind of quiet from my perspective. Again, not seeing something, Siege.
He's only hit like 2 of them, which is a slow night for him. Ooh, Noah Jovic. He can turn it on. I still think he's very talented. He's just got to get back in his rhythm. But you know what we've seen so far this fourth. We talked about it early in the game when Indy started being aggressive, is they were going to start shrinking the floor, and we've seen a lot of threes go up, and a good number of them have gone in so far in this quarter for Indy Stripes. That little plan of they started being aggressive, shrink the floor a little, we got just a little bit more space to get.
Yeah, there's a top play up there from Lucas Banks with the hand in his face, body control exhibited perfectly, all of that stuff. That's so tough to do at this level too. And there's a mismatch here down low, but smartly passes it out. And Luss has it here on the perimeter. Now Noah Jovic has it. Gonna shoot the 3. Not gonna make the 3. It'll stay a 4-point Rocky Mountain lead.
And Benari James looks like he's getting ready to check in. I was just about to say, I'm wondering why he's not out there. But looks like he's gonna be in at the next head ball. And just, little low key triple double watch. We got Lucas 8 and 6 now. Justin Bell ringing the bell yet again.
Putting them up 6. And with Minari James getting ready to check back in, like it looks like, after the next set ball, he's the guy you want in the game right now. Step back to Novajovic. Nope, once again, not getting to go. A little bit early in the shot clock. See if he forced that one a little bit.
Just a bit. We got to get Minari back in this game if we're going to these stripes.
Yeah, maybe you consider calling a timeout. Maybe if you don't have a good chance in transition here, call a timeout, get Bernard back in the game. So looking down a little bit, just close to that 3. No good. Red grabs the board though, up the other way with it. Takes it up to himself and gives it to Barkley. Novajovic again with the screen from Lush. Move inside, draws the foul. Can't make it. Lucas Banks is going to get credit for the foul. And we'll see Johan Novajovic at the free throw line for Indy.
And that was a great play by Novajovic. He's going to serve 3 purposes. He's going to get 2 free shots at the line. They're going to stop the clock, and they're going to get Bernard checked back into the game. So,
I think that last one's the biggest one.
That's the big one right now. They're running out of time. I was getting a little nervous. He's been standing on the sideline since 4 minutes left in the game. They were just losing time.
Yeah, clock was ticking away, luckily for them. Clock stopped on free throws, and we'll see Benari enter in the game. Novajovic, another one of these kids from Texas, and we've seen a lot of Texas talent kind of take over the league this season, Siege.
There's a lot of it would be interesting to see kind of a regional tournament of sorts if you could group players by where they're from and kind of have them go at it. I think Texas might be one of the more dangerous teams if we were to do that.
I think they definitely would, and you know, it's always concerning to me when at this level you can't keep kids in your state and play for your team. That's always a little concerning for me, with Novajovic deciding to go to Indy instead of playing for either H-Town or Lone Star Basketball Club in Texas. Can you give any credence to that? Is that a concern for you right now, or just in general, at this young age for high school or college?
Yes and no. I think it's something we're going to start seeing playing a little bit more important. And Reza Red doing he's been doing great at that all game, getting the offensive board and putting it back in. I want to say almost all of his points have been second chance buckets. But yes, I do think at some point that does start playing a role. The thing is, there's so much talent in this league, and basketball is such a game of fit. If a guy just thinks those teams, those Texas teams, do just ooh, and that's going to put Justin Bell up to 21 points. Just go off on a branch. He's going out. But especially when you look at those 2 Texas teams, they're loaded with talent. Novajovic might have thought, let me go somewhere where I'm going to get a little more shine.
That's true too. And it's also important to have that, and that is a tough layup from Barkley James going inside the trees there. Getting that one to go. Minute 30 left here in this one. 70-66. Mark trying to put it away. Justin Bell helping him to do that with the jam there.
He's looking like their number 1 guy right now. He's looking like a number 1. He is emerging in that role. And I was just about to say something that Indy doesn't have is a number 1 guy on defense, especially for perimeter players. They don't really have that lockdown guy they can throw on the other team's start.
And Reza Red just got blocked. Are you kidding me? My goodness. Justin Bell with it inside, being double teamed. Gives it up. Now trying to reset things here. Rocky Mountain. And it's going away. Working the passing lanes. Benari James in transition. Layup good.
That's a great stop there. And they had to double team Justin Bell. They don't have that lockdown guy. So what they got to do is they got to double team. That's what they got to do. Justin Bell is taking over right now for Rocky.
And good to see more of that as we get down the stretch here. But Reza Red gets passed by his man. And the bucket goes 74-68. Timeout on the floor. We got 40.6 seconds left in this one, Siege. It's close now. What's going to be the key factor for Rocky Mountain? I know you mentioned Indy earlier. For Rocky Mountain down the stretch, what's going to be their biggest key to put this one away?
Keep going to Justin Bell. Great bucket there by Daquan McDougal, but Justin Bell has looked like a surefire number 1 since he's come back in the game. He's taken over. He made sure that this Indy team couldn't get back and tie this game up right now. So you got to go to your number 1. They have double team We saw it in the last couple of possessions.
Right.
We haven't seen Rocky Mountain get stopped other than that Benari James steal in a few possessions. So keep going to him. They got one-on-one. He's going to score on somebody. So they're going to have to double him. You're going to get other guys' shots. And there's plenty of capable scorers on this team for him to dish the ball to. For Indy, it's simple. They need a stop. They need a stop. They haven't been able to get stops.
Yeah. But they need consecutive stops, Siege. You can't trade baskets now. You need to get consecutive stops in a row, and we'll see what's going to happen when they get on defense. They'll have the ball coming out of the timeout. Reminder, after this game will be the post-up, part 2 post-up, and then we'll see a battle of Seattle between Cascadia and the reigning Treys in our final game of the night. It means he could be on the call for that one as well.
Be a good one. Looking forward to watching that matchup.
Definitely looking forward to that. We'll save our predictions and stuff for maybe a little later in this one or when that one starts. But for now, back to action here at Pit Row Fieldhouse. 35 seconds to go in this one. Benari draws the foul, but can't get the bucket. Spain Davis gets the foul called on him. Benari's going to get 2 free throw attempts coming up and try to make it a 4-point game.
I mean, that's fine. He gets the 2 free shots. He's got to knock them down, though, and they get the clock to stop. Right now, that's their best plan. You get this clock to stop, get some free points, go down, get a stop. Because if they can hit these, get a stop, get another bucket with maybe, 20 seconds left, you're looking at a 2-point game.
Yep, they got the first one to go.
Now, it's tough here, B-Ron, because with a lot of teams, what you want to say is put pressure, try to get the steal. I don't know if Indy has the defensive prowess to run that. I'm worried that if they try to press up or trap, it's just going to lead to a leak out for the Monsters and an easy bucket.
Yeah, it's always a risk you take, especially at the stage of the game with the players you have. But they're going to decide, surprisingly, they're going to decide to start the foul game early and foul Justin Bell. Now, they still need one more for free throws, and they'll get it here inbounded. Benari's going to take the foul there. And we'll see free throws for Rocky Mountain. What do you think about doing that? I would say it's earlier than I expected it to be, but what are your thoughts on it?
My knee-jerk reaction was the same as yours. It feels early, maybe try to get a stop, but, we were just talking about Indy doesn't really have that defensive prowess. So, maybe, really, if you think about it, that's not a terrible plan because they haven't been able to get stops with Rocky Mountain right now. So send him to the free throw line. Maybe try to get one of those shooters open for a 3. You hit a 3 after 2 free throws. That's a point closer. So maybe it's not the worst plan in the world. I don't hate it the more that I think about it.
Well, Blaine Davis just made his 2 free throws into a 6-point game. And they'll use their final timeout here now instead of waiting a little bit more. That is, for me, a head scratcher.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. The choosing to start the fouls early, I could rationalize and actually think it was a decent plan. I don't know about that one, though. But I guess what you're thinking here is you draw up a couple plays. You draw up a play for this. They're going to go down foul, and you draw up 2 or 3 more for the next couple possessions, try and get somebody open. It feels like a lot for some high school age guys to remember. But if they can execute, they might be able to pull it off. So a head scratcher for me as well.
Yeah, the problem there is, even if you get the stops here on the other end, you still have to bring the ball up the court. You don't get that advantage of stopping the call of the timeout and getting the ball at half court like you would. And if they are drawing up plays to get there, trying to run that play coming up the court is much different than doing it from a set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get my question is if they were going to call a timeout there, why not call it before? You could advance. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We're not the coaches here, B-Ron. Maybe we should not be, but we'll just see what they got planned here. We'll see what Coach Storm's got.
We are just the guys providing you quality entertainment in this second game of 3 tonight. If you're enjoying this one again, much appreciated. We really appreciate you all joining us for these games here tonight. We got one more after this one, and it's ideally going to be just as good. Plays resuming here. Let's get back to action. Look, I'm looking for Benari James somewhere quickly. There's Barkley. Barkley can't get it to go, and he misses it. But it go out of bounds. Indy's going to have it right back. Ireland early. Yeah, Ireland early could not maintain possession of the ball there, and yeah, that's huge to get the second chance here.
Absolutely massive break for Indy. That could have been the game right there, but they're still going to have a little bit of life here with that.
Yeah, they sure are. They've got all their shooters out here on the floor, besides Reza Red. Jay Lust is doing the inbounding, and Reza Red is not. 3-ball, no, it's short. And
that might do it.
Yeah, that one might be the one that puts them away here in this one. 6-point game. More free throws here coming up for Rocky Mountain. These are coming from Lucas Banks here at the line. They put these one or two, and I think that's gonna put it away. CJ.
Yeah, I mean, it would take. I mean, we've seen crazier things, but it's gonna take nothing short of a basketball miracle for Indy Stripes to make this a game now.
Yeah, with no timeouts though, I even if they had 2 timeouts, I still don't see that likely happening as Banks makes a 2. Perfect at the line. That's going to put it away. The lob does not go, and yep, we can put this one to bed. Siege 78-70. Rocky Mountain's going to come away with the win, and they will move to. I had my sheets mixed up here. They will move to 13-5 on the season, giving them 3 wins in a row. And for Indy, they're going to go to 9-11. Player of the game, Siege.
Player of the game, hard to say. I mean, player of the game is Justin Bell. But I want to give honorable mention to Benari James, even though he was on the losing side. This would have been an absolute blowout without his performance.
Yeah, I will second that. Thank you for that. For agreeing with me. Once again, we've been doing a lot of that tonight. Come back for more of that, though, in Game 2 with me and Siege. We'll be back. We're going to take the Simbo Super Jet and get right back to the next game. But post-up coming up afterwards. Don't go anywhere. Come right back for that. And until then, you guys, you know what to do. See the game. Be the game.
Back at it again. Back at it like a, I'll say Craftmatic since we're on TV. Maestro, how you doing, man? I'm here with Maestro.
Outstanding. What you got?
Hey, man.
Can you hear me?
I can. I can absolutely hear
All
you.
right.
Let's talk about what's going on around the league tonight. We just watched the Indy Stripes. Had a lot to say before this game, man. But Benari James put up a heck of a performance. And I do mean a heck of a performance. 31 big buckets, primarily done in 3 quarters, as we did not see him hit the floor very much until late in the 4th quarter. Very efficient scoring and shooting. We saw his brother Blake James, or did I say Blake James? I'm so sorry. Barkley James. Barkley James. Not such a great day. He went 3 for 11. But we did see Reza Red have a good game. Conversely, we saw Lucas Banks go to work. We saw Lucas Banks show a versatile game. 15 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, a steal, a block, no turnovers. We saw Daquan McDougal, the third. Let me not leave the third out, right? 14 points.
Thank you.
Only 3 boards, 2 assists, a steal, a block, but 7
it
for 9.
I got dirty twins, baby. Hey, I got dirty twins,
7
baby.
for 9 from the field, no turnovers. Justin Bell, 25 points in 23 minutes, emerging as an offensive force, 12 for 20. I'm going to say it again. No turnovers. Tell me, what did you see in this game that made you say, oh, wow, let me take notice? Or what did you see from another team where you may have said to yourself, let's look a little closer.
First of all, I got to tell you, boss, you totally stole my thunder on the no turnover part. Because a complete game is more than just putting the ball in the bucket. And I'm going to say this. Okay, you can lead the universe in scoring and still finish last in your division and conferences every year.
James Harden in the playoffs. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, hey, you said it, not me. I'm just going to say, here's the thing. The reality of it is this. When you walk away and say, I scored 31, but what did you do to help your team win? It's more than that. Defense, throwing it out there, you don't have to listen to me. It's not, it's not mandatory, but it's suggested that every now and then you get a stop. And oh, by the way, when you don't, and you have a team playing as hard as our as hard as the Rocky Mountain Monsters played, guys filling up every single slot that's important, not just points, not just assists, not just rebounds, but steals and blocks, and not turning the ball over, making every possession count. You cannot ask for a better game. And oh, by the way, from more than just one person. So what does that tell you? Team concept ball by the Rocky Mountain Monstars, I'm calling that right now, and what they're able to do completely showed you if we play our game, you go ahead and get your highlight reel on, we'll take that W. Thank you very much.
Hey, the Rocky Man, I got to totally agree. But another point that I'll make on, people forget just how cold they were before when I say cold, I mean blazing hot, because they were on quite a win streak earlier. They have fallen to being 12-5, but they looked unstoppable at one point. And I feel like, Coach Robinson's no longer there, but I feel like they slipped a little bit after that. But this game looked like a bookmark game to me, because you saw Justin Bell take the lead, and I'll be honest, this is prep ball, and we're looking at a lot of individual success here, but we do want to see teams win. But this Rocky Mountain Monsters team, Maestro, I don't know if it's just me, but the makeup of the team feels it's a NBA feel. I'm not saying they're all NBA players, but you have a solid big. You got one star player that can really go get you any kind of bucket. He's a 3-tool scorer from anywhere on the floor in Justin Bell. You got Lucas Banks, versatile. I mean, you really have a 3-headed monster and a bunch of guys that are willing to play their role on this team. And I just think they're a really scary squad.
100%. I can't even say it better than what you just said it, boss. That is right on the mark in terms of what you look for. And by the way, you never have to explain when you said the makeup of a team, because guess what? It doesn't matter if you're talking about pee-wee hoops, college hoops, or NBA hoops. A makeup of a team is key. And oh, by the way, when you talk about makeup at the highest level, it doesn't mean that every player is playing on an NBA level. It's saying that every player is filling their role on that team, understanding that role, and also being able to back up a couple of other roles to lend strength and power to the team in order to give them an opportunity to pull it through. And listen, you call out everybody. I'm just going to say something else. When you see a player that, people, don't quite exactly call out all the time when they talk about Kenneth Gaffney, right?
Kenneth Gaffney.
Exactly. Here's a player right in the middle of the stat fray every single night. I mean, okay, yes, he's the second highest ranked player on the team, I believe, but he's right in the center. He's right in the middle of all of the action in just enough of a way to become a pain in the tuchus to whoever's laced him up on the other side. Had to go with that, right? So, and again, a team not with a I use the word obvious big. What does that tell you? They're playing positionless basketball. More importantly, they're playing smart basketball. And that's what you have to do if you need to move everybody around. And obviously they're doing that.
Well, look, hey, you talked about ranking. I want to get this off my chest real quick before we get out of this segment. A lot of people talk about where these kids are ranked, and I'm going to go ahead and go on record and say I don't care where any of them are ranked. What I'm looking at is how they play, for me personally. And some of these kids are showing some skill, and I believe the college scouts, some of the NBA scouts are already looking at some of these kids, obviously. But the collegiate scouts are looking at these guys. A ranking is a ranking. You can have a composite ranking. Nickelodeon probably has a ranking on some of these kids. If it's right or wrong, who knows? But when I look at Justin Bell, and I'm gonna go ahead and give it up for Benari James before we get out of this segment. Hey man, like I said, you a hooper, young man. Keep working on your game. You got it, man. We'll see if you continue to grow and work on the other aspects of your game, but getting to the rack is something that he is incredibly skilled at. One of the best that we've seen in this SimWorld Hoops League. That brother gets it done. But look, 3 in the key. It's time to get in that paint, man. Post up, repost.
Let's get it.
You ain't got the ball yet.
You know me, baby.
Repost. 3 in the key. We got a big game coming up here. It's the Battle of Seattle, right? I like how that sounds. It's got a ring to it. We got Cascadia and Rain and Treys.
I see what you did there.
You just have to sit here and itemize, right? The 3 things that either one of these squads are going to have to do or what you're looking for. You know how this goes, man. I don't need to run it down. Give me your 3 in the key for each team, please.
I got you. Okay, so I'm going to start with Rain and Treys, all right? Now, okay.
Oh, Maestro, where you go, man? I think we're having some audio issues here.
Having some audio issues here in my back. You got me back again. You can't hear me. Whoa, hold up 1 second. I'm showing up here. I see my audio talking here, but you can't hear me. Can you get me now?
You're good now. You are good. Sorry about that.
There you go. Okay, now it's not a problem. It's probably something happened on my side. So I apologize to everybody. So let's go and just talk about it straight up money. You know me. I like to sort of stay away from the name players and kind of give us a look at who's happening on the other side, right? So let's talk about the trades for a second. Everybody, in terms of the trades, they're going to look at, Yacht Towns. They're going to look at the guy who's sort of representing like the top of the game. Even Jason Crosser, perhaps as a big at 7-1. But here's the thing: those two guys have to play their game. If they maintain their game, it's very little that Cascadia could do to sort of get their attention or to get them off balance. So that's one thing. They have to stay in their own game. Now, in terms of points, I already talked about Yacht Towns, but he's going to need some support from Kevin Jackson and Nick Beal. Those guys need to play where their game is at, or if not better, in order to help maintain that. And the last thing I'm going to say about the Treys is, now, they score 74 points a game, and they give up 71 points a game. Cascadia only scores 69 points a game. And what does that tell me? That tells me if they play their game, if they keep their opponent's points per field goal percentage down and play their defense and they're smart, they have this game in the bag, as my man Blaze would say. Now, moving over to Cascadia, all right? For them, more is going to be the theme. And when I say more, I mean they're going to need more. All right, Okay, let's just take Arthur Lattimore off the table. You know he's going to do what he's going to do. The man's a double machine. He's one of my. I'm going to just be transparent because full disclosure, right? He's one of my favorite players in the league. I love watching him work. He's so strong game. So I'm going to take him off the table so that way I don't keep talking about him like I'm doing right now. Montel Cage and Jason Tada needs to step up in support of AL. They need to do that. They need to give him, because he's going to get a lot of attention from the Treys. They need to move up their game in terms of points to make that happen. Also, Cascadia, my second point for Cascadia is they need to get on the boards. And there are two guys that's going to lead them on the boards is Q
Dozier?
Yeah, Q Dozier. Thank you very much, because I stumbled on that one. And Chris Owens. Those two guys are going to have to lead the board attack. And, oh, by the way, turn those boards, specifically offensive rebounds, into points, because that's going to be their best chance, because they are giving up size pretty much all across the table except for maybe one or two positions. So they're going to have to turn everything they get in the paint. They need to turn it into buckets. And last but not least, the third point I'm going to say is this. 69 points a game. They have to do better than that tonight. If they're going to have to find a way to cross over to that 70 threshold to get into the kitchen of the Treys to maybe pull them out of their basic defensive game, how can they do that? They're smaller. They're lighter. That means they should be faster, and they should be able to press that issue for them up and down the court to get the Treys on their heels, to maybe make the Treys make choices they would not normally make. Because if their only hope for Cascadia is to get the Treys out of their game. There's a reason the Treys are 2 at 8 and 10, and their games, they've been kind of off and on all season, but it feel, now they're feeling like they're kind of on, right? Cascadia, they were off for a while, they got back on for a while, they got back off for a while. It was longer stretches of indecisiveness of what it looked like. Was really lucky in that we saw one stretch where Cascadia looked like they were going to pull above 500 and blast their way into like at least the upper echelon of their own division, if not their conference. That obviously didn't happen. They're back down to 5th. But they're going to have to find a way to leverage their speed to bring the game to them, and that's what's going to hold them up with the Treys.
All right. I like how you stayed away from talking about Arthur Lattimore, which is crazy to me, because if I had to say 3 of my keys to victory for reigning Treys, or excuse me, for Cascadia, it's going to be Arthur and then Lattimore. That's all I need to. That's all I got to say. And on the other side, reigning Treys, man, Jason Cross isn't that guy supposed to be 7'1"? I'm gonna need a little bit more. Man. Come on. All right, look. So let's get ready to get out of here. Before we get out of here, what is in memory of the Battle of Seattle, right? Or the battle of the area. One of the things really synonymous with that area is gray skies and rain, my man.
Amen.
Gray skies and rain.
Amen.
Maestro, you always got some good stories, man. Don't let this one run too long, but definitely not too short. We need the deets. Tell me your craziest memory that you have that involved a rainy day or night.
Okay. You know what? I can do it, and I can include Seattle. How about that for you?
Well, there you go. I mean, it would make sense if you were there. It was probably raining.
Absolutely. So flashing back to probably in the early middle stage of my semi-adult music life, I had an opportunity to play Jimi Hendrix in what was supposed to be like a 3-show mini-series thing. They wanted a musician that no one really knew. I really fit that role. They wanted somebody that could sort of fit the role in terms of the height and the look. I fit that role.
Wait, time out. Stop. Before you go any further, did you just say, are you saying that you played Jimi Hendrix?
I was supposed to, and I started filming.
And when was this?
course. So do you remember the movie that came out? I think it came out on Showtime. The actual Jimi Hendrix movie.
No, I don't. Was it fairly recent?
No. We're going back to the 90s now.
All right, I don't want to take too much. I definitely want your story, but I know for someone like me and other people who love a young man, if you know by the name of Andre Three Stacks, we've been waiting for him to play Jimi Hendrix forever. And the movie, The Family Won't Rock the Clearance. The family will not let go of the clearance. Go ahead, though, man.
And I can tell you why. Terrence Howard played. I believe. No, I'm sorry, not Terrence Howard. I forgot the actor who actually played Jimi Hendrix.
It couldn't have been Terrence Howard, or it would have been called. It would have been called Jermaine Hendrix. Come on, man. Come on,
you
man.
got it. So I go up. I get a chance to meet the crew. I get a chance to go through makeup. The first day we're supposed to shoot is typical Seattle. They wanted me to sort of do a walkthrough scene in the cemetery where he's buried, and it rained all day. So here I am dressed up in this this Krillian itchy, scratchy, shiny shirt and pants and bell bottoms and platform shoes in the rain. The wig matted to my hair because I had dreads at the time. The wig matted to my hair, and it was just bananas. And it was 12 hours, bruh, that we did not film a single frame that first day. We ended up doing stuff the second day. What happened was, I'm gonna get to the end of the story. Showtime stepped in and wanted to take over the movie, but they wanted a name actor to take the role. So that's why I found out I got booted by when I got the phone call at 2:00 in the morning saying that their plane tickets for me down in the lobby. Thank you for your service. So there you go. But that's my crazy rainy day Seattle story.
Rained out to play Jimi Hendrix. At least you got the opportunity, because Benjamin Andre to be exact, hasn't even gotten a chance. Hey, man. Maestro, you always got a story. I knew I could just throw something at you. I could be like, hey, man, have you ever had two magnets stick together and just a chick jumped out? Like, I don't know. I knew you had something, man.
Actually, yeah, but I tell you what.
cut it out.
That movie that ended up getting produced is what spurned the Hendrix family and foundation to not release it anymore. They felt really burned, and they felt really disheartened with the way that was actually handled. And so a lot of things that was supposed to come out about Hendrix after that, the family started shutting down, and they've been doing their own production. I think they're going to do a stage play soon, as well as something else. But yeah, that's what's going down.
Well, you heard it here first. We're looking forward to it. Maestro will be playing Jimi Hendrix on the stage play if he's not on call with SimWorld TV. Look, man, I appreciate you. Before we get out of here, big matchup, like we said, Cascadia taking on Rain and Treys. We don't need to talk long about this one, my brother. Who do you have?
You know what? Despite everything I said earlier, I love the Treys, but I'm feeling real good about what Cascadia is going to bring to the table tonight. They tend to rise to the occasion, especially at home. They've had a couple of last-second wins there. It is going to be something special. And so I'm going to step out there. I'm going to step out there for Cascadia, and now I'm going to mention him, Arthur Lattimore. He's going to represent the night.
You said his name. Don't say it 3 times in the mirror. I'm really hoping Rain and Treys didn't, because they're going to get all they can handle. That's been the Post Up, man. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us again. We will see you guys, I believe, next week. But right now, let's get ready for the Battle of Seattle. Don't cry, because the rain will be falling. Peace.
Hey, what's up, baby? Good to see y'all. Y'all looking great.
Thank you.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, we ready.
All right. Let's see what you got here. Oh, you got them sitting on them big boys? Ooh, yo. Bro, that's clean.
I knew you like it, man. I knew you like it.
I just got one problem, though.
What's that?
It's a goddamn robbery, man. Can't be riding around here with 20. You trying to be incognito.
Man, that's all I can
This
get.
ain't gonna work, bro. What we doing?
I wonder what they arguing about. Girl, I told him that shit wasn't gonna work. He don't listen to nothing.
What's that noise?
Okay.
Pop the trunk, man. I know. Pop the trunk, bro. Pop the goddamn trunk, man.
You serious right now? How you gonna steal the car and then keep the dude in the car that you stole the car from? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my friends. By the way, you have a very nice ride. I really, really, really like it. Can I just reach around you and grab the shotty really quick, really fast? Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, and a few of these bullets. Let's go. Man, I told you to be inconspicuous. Shh. Don't go nowhere.
I'm in that dasher with a vixen. You don't wanna see us blitzing. Underhanded pitching, hit him straight up in his mitten. Hope the Lord forgive him, man. His grandma been praying, been a bad boy since the Pistons. Wipe his nose, ain't no call. Tell his partners come get him. Stuffing yachters with the pigeons. When we talking outside lingo, ain't no talking over digits. Currents over karma, ain't no motherfucking sentence. Tell them black sent you, sir, your people not your feeling. Oh, man, this smoke was alright. Man, her ass was alright. Don't ask me if I'm alright. Pray this shit gon' go right. All my people alright. All my people alright. All my people alright. All my people alright. Man, this smoke was alright. Man, her ass was alright. Don't ask me if I'm alright. Pray this shit gon' go right. All my people alright. All my people alright. All my people alright. All my people alright.
everybody, and welcome back to SimWorld TV. Here in our final game of the night, it's B-Ron, it's Siege. We're here at the Parallel Fairgrounds for the Battle of Seattle between Cascadia and the reigning Treys. Siege, the SimWorld Superjet always treats us nice. Always good to be here with you in Seattle again. How are you, and how are you looking forward to this game?
Oh, I'm so excited for this game for so many reasons. Anytime I get to watch Arthur Lattimore play a game, I'm stoked. He is absolutely in the top echelon of players in this league. He is a up-and-coming superstar. Hard to even call him up-and-coming. He is a superstar, and he's got some talent around him. And on the other side, my self-proclaimed most concrete big three in the league, led by Japhet Towns, Kevon Jackson, and Jason Crosser, over here for reigning Treys. This really should be a great matchup. I'm just excited. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, it really should be a great game. Cascadia enters at 8-11. They are losing their last 3 in a row. Their last game was a loss to the Originators. It was 63-54 in that one. And then for the reigning Treys, they are doing pretty well this season. They are over 500. They're 10-8, and they are on a 1-game losing streak. They lost their last game, also to the Originators. That one 68-53. Cascadia played them last month. Rangers played them more recently. That's how that worked out.
Well, you know, V-Run, something I'm going to be watching this game. Obviously, when you watch Arthur Lattimore, there's so many things to watch. He can do a lot of stuff. I know that in the pre-game media coverage, Arthur was asked how is he going to make his impact felt on this game, and he said specifically he wants to focus in on his defense, on the defensive side, and he wants to focus on his rebounding and make his impact felt there, which I think is going to be needed because they do have a little bit of a size mismatch when it comes to guarding the 7-1 Jason Crosser. I think we'll see if he's going to be focused in on that, if he can make that impact. I am excited to see that how they're going to deal with the length and the height of Jason Crosser.
I am glad you brought that up because that is going to be one of those areas of concern, I think, for Cascadia, and that is the height of Jason Crosser and how Lattimore can play around that and with that. That's a tough basket to really put it back up and in.
Yeah, and I believe Coach Pope will even ask, you know, who you're trying to guard, so it's not just Jason Crosser. Coach Pope brought up Japhet Towns, who is the best player on this team captain. He's a hard guy to guard. They're going to have to pay attention to him, too. That's not a size mismatch. That's just a talented player doing his thing. And let's not even start mentioning Kevon Jackson, another guy who you have to game plan for. These are 3 guys you kind of have to build a game plan around. It's hard to game plan for 3 different guys.
Right. It's hard stopping one player of that talent level, let alone 3 of them on the same team. That's crazy. We'll see if they can do it, though.
Absolutely. I think, look, Arthur Lattimore has the star power to be 3 players, so we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if Jason Crosser can shoot threes like that and he's successful there tonight, that's be probably Arthur Lattimore. There he goes. I get my first voice crack of the game. Arthur Lattimore gets his first and 1 attempt here of the game. It's a good start so far. Quick break, though. Come right back. Welcome back. Arthur Lattimore here at the line before the break. He made a shot before the foul, so So he has an and one here, and he ties the game. That's the free throw.
Early on the offensive side.
Absolutely. It didn't take us long to get our first free throw attempt and for stoppage in play in this game, Steve. Where in our last game, we didn't get a stoppage in the first quarter at all. Besides the whistle.
That was a fast-paced game. It flew by.
Yeah, besides the tip-off and the end of the first quarter, in the first game, wasn't much stoppage at all. It's a great block, though. Treys not able to corral the block instead. Jason Tada with it. Gotta get a shot up quickly. Cage does and gets it to go. Okay.
Early Irish spring green matching the color of the reigning Treys jerseys here.
These are two of the better jersey combinations that are going against him tonight here as well, see, in my opinion.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. What a move by Jaffet Towns. He's so smooth. His game's just so smooth.
Yes.
He's not like a top-tier athlete. He's athletic, but he's not a top-tier athlete. He's not a top-tier ball handler. He's just got this smoothness to his game. And the way he gets to the rim that's so aesthetically pleasing to watch.
Yeah, I've said that a lot about his game over the course of the season. He looks so smooth doing whatever he does pretty much. Like you said, it may not be, of an elite level in terms of flash or anything like that, but it doesn't have to be flashy. If it looks smooth and it looks good, then, you feel good doing that, I'm sure, too, as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure when he watches this tape back, he's like, who is that? How's he doing that? Oh. It doesn't even rim. That's sweet, sweet string music, Piron.
Absolutely. Fed Towns got that last one to fall as they're out to a 13-8 lead, make it 13-10. Tyshawn McGrady. Mid-range jumper to fall.
Looks like we're going to have a nice back and forth in this one.
Definitely should have one. That's a great block there. It'll stay with the reigning Treys.
One of the more unique home court advantages, I guess you call it, is Cascadia's rails they have on the sides of the court. The nice hockey arena style. You gotta jump back over that after you throw it in bounds. I mean, it's the reality of it many times and been assured that there's no rules against it.
Right. Hey, look, man. Like you said, it is one of the more unique things that they have going for them too. Not Cascadia. Cascadia has this. Oceana has the boat out there in Australia. Those two environments, and then you have the two close quarter environments, we'll say, in Gulf Coast Lockdown and the AP Aliens. They tried alley-oop there, did not work at all in the sky. Cole Amarin was just skied up for that one and said, no, try again.
Yeah, I love that you called that close quarters. I think those arenas to me just match the vibe and the culture of their respective cities so well. It's when those games are going on, it's a party in those. Can you call them a gym? That's not. It's a party in that gym.
A gym is a word we could use. Yeah. Travion Sherwood draws a foul there. And we'll have two free throws coming up here for Jason Tada. We've told Tada's story numerous times over the course of the season, but if this is your first broadcast with us here, Tada was a player with the formerly Los Angeles Stars, now Showtime Basketball. Played with them last season when the James brothers, not Benari and Barkley, Bronny and Bryce,
the other ones.
The other ones, when they came to town, Tada said, you know what? I'm going to take my talents elsewhere. And he did. He ended up here in Cascadia. Montel Cade is also another player who played for now Best Coast Ballers, who was West Coast Select last season, if we said right. But he's with them now as well, too. Very great move from Japan Towns to get to the rack.
All right. I'm gonna get lofty here with the comparison of some of the moves I've seen from him. I hate putting pressure on a guy like this, comparing him to a guy like this. Some of the moves he pulls with the smoothness and like we talked about, they don't look athletic and they don't really look super flashy. But sometimes it just looks like a Luka Doncic, where you walk in and you're like, what did he use? What physical tool set did he use to make his defender look that silly? Like how? Like it's this smoothness and IQ to his offensive game that's like.
That's a deep three from Pound. Had to take the shot line and down. Naturally, that one did not, but if it did, that would have quieted the crowd for sure. He also was on the floor. Listen, Holiday can't get his shot to go either. Great defenses here on both sides in the last few possessions. But there goes Kevon Jackson, and it goes.
He's tough.
Yeah, he is so tough to guard. He can get by you, and when he does get by you, look out below because he's more likely going to try to throw it down on you too.
Absolutely, and he is the more athletic counterpart of those two. He does have that athleticism under his belt. He will get by you in a flash.
Absolutely, between him and Bianco. I think Bianco is faster, but I think Jackson has the explosiveness, if that makes sense.
I can get behind that.
That would be a fun race though to see at some point though. If we ever do get to see a 40-time sort of thing here like that.
Love to see Kevon Jackson, Bianco, Trey Willis, De'Aaron Cruz just line up for the 40.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be so fun. Speaking of 40 seconds left here in the first quarter for this one. Good game here, and that pass is caught but out of bounds though. Jackson couldn't corral it in time. Instead, it's going to come back to Cascadia. We're only down 3 with 34 seconds left in the first quarter.
That was a great segue there with 40 seconds. Really well done, Kieran.
Hey, thank you.
That was really well done.
I try. My segues are getting better.
Oh, they're top tier.
Hey, man, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Justin Halliday, 3-ball, good. 17 all.
He is another one of those guys that you got to consider him top 15, maybe top 10 3-point shooters. He can hit it.
He's one of my favorites since he joined the league for a good reason, I think. But the first quarter comes to an end there. 17 all thanks to Justin Halliday's 3-ball. Come back for the second quarter here with the parallel fair. Welcome back to the Parallel Fairgrounds, everyone. Second quarter action, getting ready to begin. We got a tie ball game on our hands here, Siege. What do you think these teams have to do to break away from the other?
Well, what I think training Treys needs to do, we talked about it early, and it looks like they're going right to it. They need to utilize this size advantage of Jason Crawford, whether it be just get him inside, get him off some screens, maybe roll into the basket. It's on the block on one, but I mean, right now he has not got going yet. So I do think that would be an advantage if they can get him to go.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to work on getting him more involved for sure. Like you said, he's a mismatch, and I think that you have to use it. But Crosser, to be fair to him, he has to convert when he gets those chances. We just saw 2 in a row where he could not do anything with it, and the shots missed. Now, that's going to happen. Obviously, I can make everything. But most times, you have mismatches, you have to take advantage of them 9 times out of 10.
And right there on defense, he didn't look so good either. He just got in the paint beat right there.
That time, though, yeah, much better. Got past his man. His defender may have fell asleep there, but he got past his man and allowed him to finish inside for the easy bucket.
And the other thing Reigning Treys can do...
good block.
Jeez.
Fantastic defense there, sending that thing to the crowd area over here.
Thank God we got those hockey-style blockades, or someone might have got hurt.
Yeah, look out over there. And the swivel.
Another thing Reigning Treys can do, just keep playing through the smoothness of Jaffet Towns and the explosiveness of Kevon Jackson. You really can't go wrong there.
Great defense play will not be denied there. Skady on the offensive end. It's going to take a lot of those kinds of shots, too, I think, for them to fall tonight. If Reigning Treys can get hot, it's going to take a lot of those kinds of more difficult shots, because Skady has to stay in the game. As Q Dozier draws the foul there. And we'll see some free throws for the Reigning Treys here.
I do agree with you. They're gonna have to make some tough shots. One thing I'll say, and again, we'll reiterate this: me and B-Ron are not coaches. There's a reason we're not coaches. I'm not sure what the reason is, but we're not. So, but I'll reiterate. I'll say this: if I'm in charge of the Reigning Treys, I know they start together, but there is not a moment where I don't have Kevon Jackson or Jaffet Towns on the floor. To me, one of them should be on the floor at all times for this team. That's just my thought. You got 2 guys who can handle the ball well, can run an offense well, and both score pretty much at will. Having them off the floor at the same time seems like a waste. Having 2 guys like that. But that's just me. I'm not a coach. So, take it with a grain of salt.
Look, maybe there's a reason why we're just commentators and not coaches. We are one of the C's, not 2 C's. That jumper, though, falls. Difficult mid-range jumper to take there with a hand in your face, but it doesn't matter. Ties the game up, though. 23 all. He's trying to get inside. He does, and he gets the layup to fall.
Jason Cross is getting abused inside, Loki. That's a 6-foot Montel Cage. You have over a foot on him. He should not be scoring on you inside one-on-one like that.
Yeah, honestly, that's concerning. If I'm Coach Finn Hayes for Reigning Treys, that's concerning to have a guy of Crosser's size be essentially bodied by a much smaller player on the other end.
Absolutely bodied. And I'll say this, Montel Cage, for a 6-foot guy, I mean, he's a beefy 6 foot at 190. And Jason Crosser is a slender 220 at 7'1", but it's not even like Montel Cage blew by him on that one. Montel Cage went into his body and scored over him. I mean, that's I don't know. You can't do that if you're a big man like that. You got to put your foot down on that. Foul him or something, but you can't let him get a bucket inside like that.
Yeah, step on his foot, do something. But Nick Beal here at the line, he made the first free throw, second to tie. Does do just that, tie the game here. 5:38 to go in the second quarter. Back and forth second quarter here, which is honestly, it's a far cry from our first game. That's a great block there from the Reigning Treys once again. They've shown some really good interiors at times, but it hasn't been Jason Crosser in this quarter anyway. And I like that.
Yeah, I mean, Sherwood's a great interior defender for sure. We saw him in a nice mid-range too. He's got a nice game to him. He's a good surrounding player around that big 3 we talked about. And the size advantage that we talked about for Reigning Treys has not showed up so far. Cascadia with their biggest player being 6'9", Arthur Lattimore. They've done a great job on the interior on both sides.
Yeah, they've done a great job on the interior. That's Tom McGrady. It's another one to fall there for Cascadia. They're now up 2. And another lead change here in the second quarter. Back and forth affair. There's Nick Beal, step back.
Ooh.
Good.
Ooh.
Almost called him Nick Bowie for a second, but that is not Nick Bowie. Bowie plays. Nick Bowie is on the yards. This is Nick Beal for Cascadia. Ooh, with the way inside. No, good defense there.
There it is, Crosser.
The contested shot,
Oh.
yep. And
They
there's
did.
Sherwood on the way up.
That's one thing about Crosser. He's one of the big men that he does have a nice facilitating game. He can make some good passes. He's up there with a guy like Red Lowe's. He's the best facilitating big, in my opinion, in the league. He's got an eye for the court. But Jason Crosser's up there. He makes some nice passes. See over the defense at all times, obviously. So that was a great dish there.
Yeah, I'll second that fact on Losi. Definitely one of the best facilitating bigs in the league. I really like what I see from him. And when you have a big like that who can facilitate as well as Losi can, or in that instance Crosser, you know, that opens up so much for your offense too. Because now the defense has to worry about the big man passing the ball and getting his teammates involved versus him doing it himself.
Absolutely. I want to second that. What that does for your team is it opens up so much. It makes you so much more versatile. There's so many schemes and things you can implement with an offense when you have a big guy who can, and Jason Crosser can score too, when you have a guy who can score inside and can make the nice passes. You can put in so many schemes that a lot of teams can't do. You can do so many things with backdoor cuts, off-ball screens, when you've got a guy who, when he's in the post or even not in the post, can see over the defense like that. It's definitely an asset to have.
It absolutely is. And we are just getting ready to resume action here in the second quarter. It has been a fantastic game so far, and with the score being the way it is, do you think that is good defense is being played, or that offense, or a combination of both? What are you seeing?
We're well on pace for an average scoring game at this point. It looks like both teams should hit high 30s-ish, maybe low 30s before the half. Some good defense from both teams. We've seen quite a few blocks from both sides, and some good offense as well. Both teams have had guys. For Cascadia, it's been more. They've been tough inside. Got some good. They get some good threes. For Grading Treys, it's been really talented players. Nick Beal, I believe he's got 7 now. He had a nice 3 earlier. 2 nice mid-range. I mean, both teams are kind of showing out tonight. We've got a really good one on our hands in the battle for Seattle.
We really do, and this is a perfect way to end the night, as there is more great defense here on display from Jason Crosser, who is seemingly trying to correct the fortunes of the earlier first of the beginnings of the quarter from him.
Yeah, he turned it on. He kind of noticed that he didn't have his head in the game, and it looks like he's correcting a little bit. But oh my god!
Oh boy, yeah, that's tough to stop. When Jason Tada gets going like that, he has to put it to the hoop. He's going to take it and do just that. Get himself a dunk. Crosser has looking to respond. Instead, gets fouled by Doja, his second now of the game already. 2:42 to go in the quarter. And we'll see Crosser go to the line for 2 free throws.
And that's big. I know it's late in the second quarter, but I mean, let's say in a bad situation, Dozier gets another one on him, has 3 before the half. We talked about it. Cascadia doesn't have a lot of size. They've got Arthur Lattimore, who has size, but you don't want him to be trapped down playing inside. You want him to be able to flow a little bit. Dozier he starts at the 5 for them. He is kind of their biggest interior presence, other than Arthur Lattimore. For him to get into foul trouble would be not great, because after him, there's not a lot of. Jason Tada is their next biggest guy at 6'7", and he's not really much of an interior presence. He's a very talented player, but if Dozier gets in more foul trouble, it's gonna really be a tough one for Cascadia here.
Yeah, exactly. And Tamarius Holloway is checking in for Dozier. Holloway only 4.4 points per game, but that's not that's what it seems like so far in the early action we'll see from him. There is more good defense. Second chance. Good throw. Not being denied. Is Cascadia there on that end.
He's so imposing inside, but he also has those mid-range. I mean, Arthur Lattimore is just incredible to watch. Ooh, an offensive foul there.
Great offensive foul there. Well, Holloway, it's his first personal, so reigning Treys are going to get it back with 2 minutes to go.
Jason Crawford taking his first break of the game.
Yeah, he's been on the floor a long time, and he's earned some rest, I would say. And that could be a reason we saw his play falter there to begin the second quarter. He's been on the floor for a while. The grade is helped out.
7'1" 's a lot of body to be lugging around for that long.
Sure is. Especially at the age the Crosser is. Crosser is a 17-year-old. So, you know, we say all the time, Siege, here we talk about it. These kids 15 and 17 years old, all the energy in the world, we're gonna run all the time, it's fine. You know, yeah, let them play the whole game, whatever. It's a long time, think about it. That's what, 48 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, that's a long time, and yeah, they got all the energy in the world, but I think at that age, sometimes you don't really know as much to pay attention to your body when you need a break, and before you know it, you're not playing at the same level because your body's exhausted. Your mental's got all the energy in the world, and you got more physical energy than some older guys, but I mean, at some point, you got to pay attention to your body and say, Coach, I need to give me a break, especially in a tight game like this. You know, no one needs to be on the floor the whole game right now. This is back and forth right now. Oh my God.
Back and forth game, and man, oh man, Jason Todd, pretty finger roll there. Love to see those. That's very old school finish there. Jason Todd. Bringing it back. Love to see it every once in a while. And now Todd playing some great defense here on the down. He doesn't get by him, but he does get the layup. There's a foul on Holloway. It's his second in a matter of minutes. He picked up the offensive foul earlier. Now Towns going to go to the free throw line here to try and make it a 2-point game.
I don't even know what to call him anymore. You know, a while back I did a piece on him, and it was a little earlier. I'd only seen a few games from him. Yeah. But the more I watch him, the more I like the comparison I gave to him. John Havlicek. John Havlicek was very smooth with his game, didn't have all the athleticism in the world, but just somehow was an incredible scorer. And that's one of the guys he reminds me of. He's just very, you're not sure how he does it. He does it.
Yeah, it's weird because, you know, there's a lot of players like that you see, and like you said, they may not have the flash, and they look like they don't belong in a way. Not that Towns doesn't look like he doesn't belong out there, because he does. But it's the smoothness of the game that you don't see a whole lot of. When you see it, you go, oh, that's different. You know what I mean?
That is good. It's like there's certain players that, and we talk about how smooth his game looks, but to a degree, it almost looks awkward because it's not what you're used to.
Right? Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's awkward.
It's those guys who can make awkward look so smooth on a basketball court.
Right.
There's one guy who right now is probably taking the crown in the association. Jokic is the best player in the world right now. I think most people would agree. And this game's so awkward. He looks so awkward, but it's so beautiful. And then it almost looks like that. It's almost like the way. But like, how is he doing what he's doing?
Exactly. That's more so what I meant by you know, they don't look like they don't belong. And right now, both teams look like they belong, and they want to be in this one. It's a 2-point game heading into halftime, 39-37. Bringing Treys out to a small lead. Steve, what did you see in that first half from both sides that's gotten to this point?
I saw some beautiful play from Jaffet Towns. Nick Beal really stepped up, added a lot to his team there. And for Cascadia, I think it's going to be big. They did well in the first half with this. They need to keep going second half. They need to keep being physical and aggressive inside, tire down this reigning Treys team, and just kind of be that tougher team with a tough guy like Arthur Lattimore. Dozier's in foul trouble. Jason Tada's been tough. Montel Cage has been tough. All just playing very aggressive. They don't play like they've got a size disadvantage. They play like they're the bigger, tougher team. That's going to be a drop at Towns, Kevon Jackson, they can get going in an instant. You know, they can put up 15 on your head in a quarter. So they got to keep being aggressive here. Arthur Lattimore, it feels quiet, 9-5. That's what they got to do.
Yep, we'll see what happens for that second half action. Welcome back, everyone. Third quarter, second half action set to begin here, and the Treys are leading by 39-37. They came out here and they haven't necessarily quieted the home crowd, but they've made it an interesting game for sure. And what has to happen for them in the second half to teach them to come away with the W?
Well, both sides, we mentioned before the half, Cascade's got to be physical. I think Brandon Treys needs to go with what's working, but they also need to, you got to find a way to not let them be physical, whether that's off the fouls. They already got Dozier in a little bit of foul trouble. Go at those guys. Go at Dozier. We're either gonna score on you, or you're gonna get another foul on your record. So I think Brandon Treys needs to play smart. Cascade needs to play it aggressive, and Arthur Latimer has no problem doing that.
Yes, I personally love the foul trouble idea. We don't see it as much these days, and in these 8-minute quarters against the hoops, you're not going to see it as much either. But it is still a viable strategy.
Absolutely.
And I think honestly, it's probably even more imperative in sort of games like this to try to get players in foul trouble, because the game not as long. If you get them off the game, they can't hurt you. You're on the bench for a longer time.
Yeah, and because the game's shorter, players can play a higher percentage of the game than they can in a game that's a little longer, so they can have that impact for more of the game. So you get them in foul. Oh my God!
And there's
the explosiveness. Speaking of comparison, another lofty one. I think Kevon Jackson, his ceiling reminds me of an Anthony Edwards type. Very explosive, can get to the rim, ease. I mean, he's a guy that his athleticism just kind of wows you at times.
Absolutely, and he bursts on the scene in the offensive pickup games, and there goes to Fed Towns, getting another 3-ball to fall for him. 44-39.
Speaking of off, did that look like he just kind of chucked that one up? That did not
did.
look like normal.
It did, yeah.
That looked like.
Oh my goodness, Arthur Lattimore.
What do you do with him? Somebody put a body on him. Box him
nobody
out.
boxed him out. Nobody boxed him out at all. And that's what happens. You have to box him out. Bad things happen. Probably a good thing to took time out there. Probably going to say the same thing. Coach Finn Hayes is like, hey, don't box Arthur Lattimore out, please. We can't allow that to happen.
You're 7'1", buddy. Go get a rebound.
Put a body on Arthur Lattimore. Get something in his way that can prevent him from doing what he just did there. Because if he's going to continue to do that, you're going to have a long second half on your hands.
I mean, it's not even the fourth quarter. We know Arthur Lattimore is the king in the fourth. I mean, that's what he's known for. But, I mean, he's doing it every quarter of this game. You let him get to the fourth and the game's still close, it's going to be tough.
Exactly, yeah. Because he's going to find a way to put the team on his back. And maybe single-handedly leading the victory if the game can stay close. So I think Rangers will have to find a way to get this lead to balloon out some more.
And the way they're going to have to do that is defensively. We know they can score on offense, but they're going to have to find a way to, you know what? Not find a way. It's simple. Put a body on Arthur Lattimore. Don't let him get an offensive rebound. This is third grade basketball stuff. Box out. They teach it to you in elementary school. Let's box somebody out.
Right. Put somebody on your butt. What? Towns, rather. Could not finish it there. You got the first part of the highlight, but kicking the second part, Arthur Lattimore gets himself another point. 2 points added to his total for tonight. Treys 1-point lead now. Towns going inside. Not able to get it to go.
Towns going a little cold here. That's 2 more shots in a row. That's big. They gotta. Him and his sideburns got to get back going here.
Took the word right out of my mouth, Steve. It's been tough for him last couple of minutes, and he's gone cold. Not good at all. But what's good here for Cascadia is Arthur Lattimore going to go to the line to have a chance to tie and or take the lead with these 2 free throws.
Who would you say Arthur Lattimore's game even reminds you of? I have a tough time sometimes because he does a lot of things well, but like,
yeah, he does a lot of things very well. And I think you had mentioned it the last time we saw him play. I think you said Carmelo Anthony was one of yours. And like for me, that stuck out to me since you said that. That's been in my head, especially with Melo retiring recently. He's one of my favorite players of all time. So that was always stuck in my head since you said it.
No, Melo definitely like still resonates with me, but sometimes like, and I guess it's old Melo and when he used to play that bully ball, but like, sometimes I'm like, is he like who was like I mean, I don't even know because his forcefulness inside is almost like Melo did that, but Melo also like would take his possessions like to the mid range, he'd shoot some threes, like all that he got on run, but like just the sheer dominance inside is like I don't know who to like compare that to sometimes.
Right, that makes sense, and it's tough to do that, especially at this age when these kids are still honing and crafting their games. They're trying to figure out what they're going to be because right now, Lattimore may remind me of Carmelo Anthony, as there goes to Fat Towns again. But later on, he could remind me of. I'm just gonna throw out a name here, not saying he compares at all, but Dwight Howard, just as an example.
Yes, that's great. And you know what, Dwight Howard, they had him listed at like I think when he first came into the league at some point, he was listed at like 6'11", 7 foot. Dwight Howard was not that. Dwight Howard was 6'10" with shoes on. You took Dwight Howard's shoes off, he was 6'9" like Arthur Lattimore is. I think that was maybe the player I was missing, and Dwight Howard was one of my favorite players of all time. Like I said, great to acknowledge that one. That was disgusting. But I mean, Dwight Howard was that dominant inside. We both love a good dominant big man inside. Dwight Howard was that guy. Maybe he's a cross between a Carmelo and a Dwight, which is a very lofty pressure to put on a kid. But
yeah. So quick, funny story unrelated to this, but related to Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard used to wear those 2 arm sleeves, right, when he played, and whenever I would make my player in the 2K game, my player was a guard, mind you. I always had the 2 arm sleeves like the Dwight. I don't know why, but I did. So Dwight
rocked with arm sleeves. It grinds my gears when I see people downplay Dwight Howard because I know he fell off a little and his career tapered off at the end and whatever, but like
he was so dominant for so long.
You go back and look, I will stand by this opinion till the day I die. Dwight Howard is a top 10 center in NBA history. I will stand by it till the day I die. We can do the whole, I don't know, maybe let me list 10 guys. I personally cannot list 10 guys, 10 centers who I would want to start a franchise with over young Dwight Howard.
Oh, young Dwight? Absolutely. Young Dwight was a monster.
When he was in his prime, now career-wise, he never
in Orlando.
Yeah, he never got a title, whatever. So we're talking total career, whatever. But I'm talking players at their peak. Dwight Howard is a top 10 center of all time, and I will not budge on that opinion.
I will say he definitely is, in my opinion, also one of the top 10 centers of recent memory for me. I'm not going to go all the time. But I will say in recent memory for me, definitely up there on my list for sure.
I'm glad Dwight Howard got brought up this game. That's a great, because sometimes Arthur Lattimore does remind me of Dwight Howard, the way he dominates the boards and those dunks he has, and he's a powerful guy.
And it's so funny because, like I said, I wasn't comparing the two, but it ended up working out in a way anyway. But here we go, getting back to action here. Treys is getting another contested jumper to fall as Nick Beal getting another one to go. He's had a solid game for them tonight.
He's having a hell of a game. He's hitting shots all over the court, just looking real confident. I'm not sure he's missed a shot
yet. He's been efficient all night. Like you said, I don't think he's missed a shot coming out of halftime. Wait a second. Oh my goodness. Dozier. Chris Owens with the assist on that one. Dozier throwing the alley-oop down. Those kinds of plays are always so...
Was that Lattimore or Dozier?
Oh, I thought I heard Dozier.
I think that was Lattimore. He's done it again.
Done it again, man.
He slammed it so hard we didn't even know who it was.
Didn't even know who it was, right? Threw us out completely. We got it figured out, though. Got to figure it out. But this game, I don't think this has been the biggest lead. Maybe been 4 or 5 points the entire game. I don't think there's anything more than that.
It has been tight in the battle for Seattle, and the way it's going, we might get some overtime. We might end up sleepless out here in Seattle if it keeps going this way.
We just might. Defense Towns misses the layup. Our final back the other way, and he gets the ball.
This is like a real life cheat code.
Man, it's one of those where like it almost leaves you speechless watching him play, as there's an answer from Defense Towns. Back and forth, they've been answering each other. Both teams have all night long, and it has been a joy to be on the call for this one with this team.
This has been a great game. Last game was good too, but this one has taken the cake. Battle for Seattle has been all it could possibly have been hyped up to be. And you know what's crazy, V-Ron, is that if you're watching this game without a scoreboard, you might think that this was a much higher scoring game than it is right now because they're just back and forth. There's Crosser. There's a 7'1" guy doing 7'1" thing. That's what you want to see from your 7-footer.
Exactly what you want to see. And 1 second, there's a pass, and also Lattimore getting in on the dunk party.
Jeez Louise, bro.
Answering a dunk from Cross with one of his own, giving Cascadia a 1-point lead. 30 seconds left here in the third quarter as Beal has it here on the perimeter. Looking to find something here. This doesn't happen. Shot clock under 10 seconds. Move by Beal inside. Layup good.
I think he's so perfect from the field. I don't think Nick Beal has missed a shot.
We'll have to check here at the quarter break, but I believe you are right about that. I don't think he's missed since the start of the game because he hasn't missed at all. Montel Treys with it.
Great.
Gives it inside Lattimore. Got the pump fake to work, but traveled. Caught him. Bad time. And they'll go back to the Treys with 1.2 seconds left in the third quarter. Don't see those called very often.
No, you don't. And he tried to do his best Carmelo impression there, but gotta call it up.
Sure did. We have a close game here on our hands. A 1-point reigning Treys lead heading into the fourth quarter. 58-57. Come back to the parallel fairgrounds for the exciting finale.
Want the good, want the bad, all the feelings. Want you happy and sad in between them. If there's one thing I truly believe in, ordinary love, ordinary love. I wanna oversleep in your shirt 'cause it's ours. Brush my teeth while you're taking a shower. If there's one thing I know, there is power in ordinary love, ordinary love. Don't you ever say you are not enough, baby, you're enough. So don't you be afraid and take a leap of faith. It doesn't have to be holy, holy. I'm not asking for a God, just as long as you show me some ordinary love. So kiss me in the night, tell me that you're mine. Don't need much to believe, doesn't have to be holy, holy, when it's ordinary.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time. You know what it is. Put those scores up, everyone. It is fourth quarter time. 58-57. Treys for now have the lead. And it has been the Arthur Lattimore show for Cascadia in the fourth quarter, or the third quarter. All game. All game. He scored all 16 of their points in the third quarter.
I mean, he is an animal, and we were talking about guys you can compare him to, and I know Dwight Howard Carmelo got brought up. But one thing I'll say, he is one guy in SimWorld. You know, this isn't a thing that happens these days, but Arthur Lattimore is pro ready. Physically, talent-wise, he is a guy that next year you could put him on a pro team and he would produce.
I would honestly have to agree with you there. I feel like he does everything so well, and he also has double tonight as well. Got 20, 25, 26 points, 10 rebounds already. And again, he got those 16 points in the third quarter, and he's going to have 2 more. Nope, that is Dozier. We got so excited on that one, man. I'm like, Lattimore again, we just knew it, but no, it's Q Dozier on the alley-oop. Yeah.
Scoring in the second half, it's surprising to see someone else score. That's the first time we've seen anyone else for Cascadia score this time.
Yeah. So, you know, don't be mowing my too much for that one, everyone. Free ball, no good. Treys the other way. Go ahead, Zeech.
Like you mentioned, Lattimore had 25 coming into the fourth, and we know him to be a guy who explodes in the fourth quarter. So
we do.
I'm excited to see exactly how high his scoring total is going to end here.
We do, and there's a guy for the Treys who's been quiet. Kevon Jackson hasn't had the biggest night, but it's been difficult for him to really get going. The Cascadia's defense, the team, I think, has been really good. To not allow Jackson to have a productive night like what you've seen from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, defensive-wise, they've been really, really good. They've made Crosser, for the most part, a non-factor. He got his a couple times. Kevon Jackson has been a non-factor for the most part. John Van Talent's got his, but he always is. They're making, I mean, we talked about Nick Beal's having a great game, but if you can make Nick Beal have to be one of the main scorers for this reigning Treys team, that's not a bad game plan. No disrespect to Nick Beal, but if you can take 2 of their big 3 out, Jason Cross and Kevon Jackson, and make a Nick Beal be their second leading scorer, I mean, that can be fruitful for you.
Yeah, and you spoke about it earlier in the game when we were first talking about it too. How could they slow down the big 3 of the Treys? And they figured it out how to do it. And there's Dozier once again, getting a 2-handed jam, and he's given Cascadia the lead once again. It's been back and forth all game long.
The battle for Seattle is living up to expectations. This is truly a battle out there.
This is what we love to see, and this is what kind of action we expect to see here on SimWorld Hoops on SimWorld TV. If you are just joining again to the stream, give us a like, hit the subscribe button, and keep watching the game while you're already here. You may as well. We're going to be in for a good finish. Jason Tada gets that one to go. Up by 3. Now the home crowd starting to get into a little bit more. And this is when that 6th man comes into play here. We are in Seattle after all. I talk about the 6th man. Can't come to Seattle without talking about the 6th man. On the other way, there is Jason Tada, getting him a 5-point lead. Again, I think we've reached the biggest lead of the game for either side. Beal can't get the 3 to go. After crossover freed him up a little bit of space. Couldn't quite respond though. And now Cascadia, chance to balloon the lead bigger to at least 7 if they can get 2 point here. But Chalkout winding down. A bad shot's coming. Maybe not. It's a contested shot that goes. Wow.
I'm pleasantly surprised with Dozier's play tonight. He's coming out a little undersized for a center, but he's come out and he said, I can do it. I can do it just fine. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him, and him and Arthur Lattimore are looking like a really strong duo inside.
Yeah, and you know, he's also, at least in my opinion now with the play, he's taking a bit of pressure off of Lattimore to an extent anyway. With this play here, it's begin the quarter. Now reaching the halfway point. Because, yeah, Lattimore is not even on the court looking at things here. Now they have a chance to slow the pace down a little bit. Lattimore is on the court, and Montel Cage steps out of bounds. Can't have that. But he's back on the court. Spoke about it just a second ago. Now he's back on the court. As Gordon Amron comes out, Sean McGrady also checks back in for Cascadia. Now they started out there on the floor, I believe. That's the final stretch here of the game.
Rosser almost grabbed that rebound. He's 7 foot. Siege is not happy about the play of Jason Crosser at 7 foot, which, you know, again, I can't blame him. No, honestly, there's the 3-pointer rattles in. Jason Tata. He's got 7 in this quarter.
Eating up is Jason Tata. He can do some magic for you out there on the court. Sure did it there with that shot. 70-62. But Treys say, hold on, we're not done just yet. We're not going anywhere. We're going to hang in this one and keep this thing close. 70-64.
Great look by Crosser. We talked about the way he can see over a defense, find Yvonne Jackson on the back cut there. Really great look.
Easy look inside. Couldn't get the finish, so you grab the board. Taking an opportunity here. Montel Cage forces his way inside and scores.
I do like how Cage uses his body. Like we said, he is a beefier 6-foot guy at 190, and he uses all 190 of those.
Yeah, he really does. It's really impressive to see a lot of that body control, and that takes some serious skill to do stuff like that.
Absolutely. That is serious athleticism. We think of athleticism as just running, jumping, things like that, but I mean, body control is a huge athletic trait.
It's a 10-point game with that Arthur Lattimore bucket as the timeout there from the trade that was there. They have one more left. Both teams have one. No. Treys have one timeout left, and Cascadia has 2, I believe, left here in this one. 1:58 to go in the fourth quarter. The biggest lead of the game here for Cascadia. What do the Treys need to do, Siege?
It's looking a little out of hand. I would say they need to play tougher defense inside, but that's not working for them. So I'm a little bit at a loss at what they need to try to do. What they need to do is hope that Japheth Towns can have a crazy last 2 minutes right here. But they've had no luck stopping Cascadia in the paint all game. Arthur Lattimore's been crazy, but not just him. Montel Cage has had a great game inside. Tata, like we said, has really gone off in this quarter. Dozier has been fantastic inside. I mean, I'm really impressed with Cascadia right now.
Yeah, they have looked really good, especially tonight. Again, the inside, the paint area has been where they've had a majority of their success, which is, I don't want to say surprising, because with the talent that they have, on the we talked about offline obviously, but Dozier coming along here tonight as well, showing that he can also be, of course, along with Lattimore. When he isn't on the floor, and even when he is on the floor. Good to have that combination of guys who you can rely on to get things done if you need them to.
Absolutely, and honestly, a lot of this extended lead that happened for Cascadia was wins. Lattimore was off the floor, which is a little surprising, but hey, that's a good sign.
Exactly. Wow, look at that 3-pointer. That's Sherwood, I believe, who took that one and made that one fall, and he does not do that a whole lot.
No, that's big time.
No. He can, but not his game area of expertise, if you will.
And then he locked Lattimore on the other side.
Yep. Trade it the other way. Nick Beal couldn't get that one to go. We are now at the 1-minute mark here of this one. It's getting to the point where it's getting late, and Treys going to figure out something here fast. It starts trying to stop Arthur Lattimore. But good luck doing that as he's continuing to run wild on the reigning Treys.
That's just not fair.
It's you know, we spoke about it earlier, Siege, in our first game, you know, with the coach and trying to figure out what you can do with your young kids looking out there trying to figure out what to do. at this point, it's the same thing. You know, what do we do? But it seems like it doesn't matter what they try to do. Arthur Lattimore and Cascadia are just doing anything and everything they can, and it's what they want. Really, they're getting what they want. And all facets of the game.
I mean, they really are. It's funny. We saw Rocky Mountain come out and dominate the first quarter in their game. We've seen Cascadia really control the paint. This has been a tight game, very back and forth game. But one thing that's been consistent is in the paint on both sides of the floor. Cascadia has owned the paint on both sides, and that really ended up being the key to their victory, or their tentative victory. Not gonna jinx it here. But.
Yeah, there's still time. There's still time left in this one, as it's now a 6-point lead for Cascadia. We're back to this 5-6 point theme here again. It was 10 earlier, and it's going to remain at 6 for now. And there's still time left, but they have to work quickly. And there's a start there as Towns. Definitely helps him with that there. Stealing the inbound pass here. Another foul here, which we're going to foul on Montel Cage and Kevon Jackson with his second. Now Cage going to the line for free throws.
We're big.
We're going to take a quick break, come right back. Welcome back. Montel Cage here at the line. That will extend this Cascadia lead some more, and he does that on the first free throw. 78-63. 32. It may as well say 33 seconds left in the game. It's, I think, too late for the Treys here at this point, even with the one timeout left.
Yeah, I mean, it would be. They're nothing short of. We said it last game. They need nothing short of a miracle, also. And they're going to use their last timeout with about 30 seconds left, too. I've seen this one before.
We sure have. We saw it in the last game as well. This one, though, maybe not as head-scratching as the other one, though, given this lead is a little bit bigger. Not by much, but it's a little bit bigger than the previous.
Valid. I mean, you're going to draw something up if you can get Drop Head Towns a 3 here. I mean, yes, you could go to the rim. I think at this point, I'm searching for a 3 here.
You know, you have to go for the 3.
Especially, hey, I mean, there is 30 seconds left. If they can get a 3 off quick, right off the inbounds pass, hit it, I mean, you don't even have to foul this next possession. Yes, they don't have a timeout, but you can play good defense, hope they get a shot up with 3-4 seconds left on the shot clock, get it with 7-8 seconds left, run down the court, and try to get yourself an open look from 3 and tie this game up. So, you're right. I don't hate the timeout here, but if I'm raining Treys, I'm looking to draw something up for a 3.
Yes, the 3, and it has to come quick, like I said, off the inbound, and then from there, I honestly think you foul just to save time. I think that's the better option there. Again, just purely to save time, because letting them dribble up the court, it just takes time off, and then you have to consider the keep away game too from there. So I think if you do get the bucket here, you foul immediately if you don't get to the inbound. They do get the 3 from Towns, and he hits it! Oh my goodness. All right, well, here we go. We are not finished this one yet. They didn't get the foul right away. They do get it there. A couple seconds tick away. Cage going back to the free throw line. 3-point game. We're going to end it to at least 4 or 5 here with hitting one and or both of these free throws. 25.2 seconds left.
I mean, come on, Miron. No way he missed his both.
No, man, you can no way, right?
No, there's just no way he missed his both.
If you miss one, you can't miss them both. You get the first one now.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, as we say all the time, man, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I got big man.
I mean, the Atlanta Falcons exist. So 81-76 as Cage hits both free throws. 20 seconds left now in this one. They're going to double Towns, which is smart. The stage of the game. Don't want to let him get too open of a look here. Going to try, drives inside, kicks it to the corner. 3-ball up. No good.
And I know he just hit a really timely 3, but and that wasn't a bad look, but Sherwood might not be the guy that you're looking for to take that 3, but you take the one you get. Wasn't a bad look, but props to Cascadia. Looks like they're going to close this one out. Really impressed with what I saw for them today. We knew that Arthur Lattimore could score in bunches, but I'm impressed with the ability, the scoring output Cascadia was able to put up today. I was disappointed in the defensive effort from reigning Treys, but very impressed with Cascadia.
Yeah, Cascadia tonight, I think for me anyway, this is one of the better games I've seen them play. Just in terms of their scoring output and their interior defense as well, made life really difficult on crossers and other bigs here for Treys. This one's gonna go final though, 83-76. Cascadia gets the win. Player of the game, Steve. Who you got?
Arthur Lattimore. I don't need to explain myself. Yeah, I don't need to explain myself there.
Yeah. We can crown Lattimore as player of the game. Cascadia is going to go to 9-11 with the win, and the Treys are going to fall to 10-9 with the loss. For everyone here in SimWorld TV, for our production crew, for Siege, I'm B-Ron. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and remember everyone, see the game, be the game.